agency stuff creeping you out? Got a chance to sit with it in the chapter on your own reading? The dual, the designated, any of that still a source of confusion? Good. Great. I know. Good. Can you tell me which one, dual agency or designated dual, allows for a provisional broker to work with their BIC? Full participation. Good job. I love it. Appreciate that. Yeah. So which one then is the one that the provisional broker cannot work against their broker in charge? Can't work up against. Yeah. And you notice my little subtle different word use there. Working with the BIC. That's a hint. Because when you're a designated dual agent, you're not working with the other agent. You're working literally against them. Right? As if it were two separate companies again. And that's how I explain it to them in real life. I'll say, if we do designated dual agency, we can treat it like two separate companies. We can go back to that. Even though it's an in-house sale, the loyalty is restored. I get to be fully 100% loyal to you. Other agent fully 100% loyal to them. And we're treating it like two separate companies. If I were... Now, what could disqualify a broker from becoming a designated dual agent? What could keep you from being a designated dual agent in a transaction? What sorts of things could make that not okay? Another way I could ask it is, in what scenario could you not or would you not be allowed to be a designated dual agent? There's several answers. If the client doesn't agree, that's a good one. Yeah, for sure. Got to get permission in writing from everybody before you do it. Firm won't allow it, another good one. Perfect. Yep. What about this? What if it's your friend in the office gets a new listing and they come in super excited about it and they say, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I got this lakefront listing for $800,000 and it's got this and that and the other." And you look at them funny and they're like, "I know what you're thinking. It's overpriced. You're right." But they went ahead and told me they just want to try it at $800,000. And if we just give it a try for a couple weeks, they'll go ahead and let me reduce the price to $750. And you both work at that firm, and there were 3 other people in the room who all heard this same thing out of that person's mouth. What have they just done to all of you in the room? What has that listing agent just caused you to miss out on? None of you could ever be a designated dual agent for that property because now you know something confidential about the seller. Right? So that's the answer. What's another? Yeah, there you go, Kirsty. What's another thing that could keep you from becoming a designated dual agent? Knowing something confidential about the other party. Big one. Big one. Write that one down. Check it. Asterisk it. I could see them asking that question. In order to be a designated dual agent, the one being designated, for instance, let's just say as the designated buyer's agent, must not know anything confidential about the seller at the time they are appointed in that role. That's what the BIC is going to look at and ascertain. If the BIC is contacted, "Hey, BIC, we need you to assign another agent in the firm to be the designated buyer agent because they don't want to do true dual agency," that BIC is going to interview and say, "Hey, you're my first thought. I want to assign you to be the designated buyer agent. Do you know anything confidential about this seller? Because if you do, you can't be a designated buyer agent." And conversely, if you're the listing agent and a buyer wants to be a make an offer on your listing and they are being represented by another agent in the firm as a designated dual agent, you can't know anything confidential about that buyer. Both parties, in order to be made designated dual agents, must not know anything confidential about the opposite party. You with me? So you had some other good answers in the chat. Parties don't agree to it. That could keep you from doing it. BIC versus PB, that's not allowed either. Good one. The confidentiality. So just be watching for that. That's a big one, that confidentiality thing. What else? What's it called? What are some choices for the selling agent to represent the buyer? In what way can that selling agent help the buyer? What could their various titles be? They could help the buyer as a buyer's agent. I'll give you that one. Yeah. What else? They could also help the buyer. That selling agent could also help the buyer as a what? Subagent to seller, you got it. If the buyer won't sign it in writing that they make them a buyer agent, then the default title is subagent to seller. And then also what we've been talking about, that selling agent helping the buyer could also be a dual agent or a designated dual agent. So all of those are possible. But don't forget the word selling. What you're going to know when you hear that term is somebody, they're helping the buyer in some way, but I don't yet know which way. Got to keep reading the test question to find out more. They may not give you any more. You may not need to know any more because the question may not really be about that so much. But the word selling, you'll know they're on the buyer's side of the court, so to speak, like tennis court or pickleball. Anybody play pickleball? I haven't played it yet. Whatever a court with a net is, you're on that side of it with your person you're helping as a selling agent. You're helping that buyer somehow. But we don't know if you're a buyer's agent or if you're a sub-agent to seller or dual or designated dual. If you're a dual agent helping that buyer, are you a sub-agent to the seller? Right. You'd have to be a buyer agent in order to become a dual agent. Right? So watch out for those words. Let's, now that we've got, I think everybody here, go ahead and pull out your phone. Let's do a good old Kahoot review of, Unit 7. Go ahead and go to kahoot.it. Plug in that, that PIN number. Don't you love that? PIN. I guess you're not supposed to say the word, that thing number on the end of it. Put in the PIN. You can also scan the QR code. That might be easier. Oh, let me make this a little, there we go. Let you see the whole thing. You can be anonymous if you wish. Doesn't matter. It only counts for 80% of your grade. Just kidding. Purely review. Seems to be working. Don't want to say it too loud. Those gremlins will kick in and stop making things work. All right, here we go. 8, 10, 12. Okay, good. That should be it. Here we go. All of the following can do designated agency except, let me get myself out of the way. All of the following can do designated agency except who? Provisional broker against provisional broker. Broker versus provisional broker. BIC versus non-provisional broker, or BIC versus provisional broker. There it is. The only one that cannot be designated dual agents up against each other are the BIC and their own provisional broker, right? Provisional versus provisional is allowed, even though they're both guided by the same broker in charge. That's still allowed. BIC versus non-provisional. Was it maybe the words, right? Is it confusing sometimes to see provisional versus non and keep it straight, especially with the 30-second limit? So watch out for that. Good job. A provisional broker can act as a designated dual agent up against their broker in charge. True or false? Good job. They are not allowed to be a designated dual agent up against their own broker in charge. Buyers and sellers agency has been around since the dawn of time. True or false? Both buyer agency and seller agency has been around forever. Definitely not true. Definitely false. It was seller's agency only for a long, long time. All the way until when, by the way? When did the seller agency expand into buyer agency and then by necessity dual agency? So all the way up until the 60s, that's when the MLS came about, but we still only had seller agency. Then it was in the 90s before somebody finally sued somebody over it, and that's when buyer agency came into the industry. So the 90s. 92, I think, was when the lawsuit happened. It was settled, I believe, in 95, or maybe that's when the agency changed. That's when they added buyer agency. The 90s was when that buyer agency and therefore dual agency kicked in. A provisional broker cannot act as a dual agent with their broker in charge. True or false? Just think hard about words. Dual, does it even mention designated or not? Don't read things into it. That's a big problem sometimes. People put more in it than they should. Cannot act as a dual agent with their broker in charge. That is false. They can indeed act as a dual agent with their broker in charge. The thing they can't do is a designated dual agent up against their broker in charge. But they're allowed to go alongside their BIC, both of them being dual agents. Neither of them allowed to give anything confidential from one side to the other. And neither of them allowed to give any preferential treatment to one side over the other. They have to leave loyalty off the table. But they could be doing it alongside their BIC when it's true dual agency. The thing they can't do is designated agency against their BIC. In dual agency, the broker can neither help nor hinder either party. True or false? That is true. Got to be neutral. Can't be more loyal to one than the other. So therefore, can't help or hinder either party. Got to be impartial. Must an oral buyer agency agreement be reduced to writing before making an offer? Yes or no? Oral buyer agency, when can that remain non-written? Yeah, it's got to be reduced to writing before making an offer. That's the magic timeline. Not closing, that's too late. Not inspections, that's too late. When the offer is accepted, that's too late too. You got to put that oral buyer agency agreement into written format before the offer is written. So before you sit down with that client and say, how much do you want to offer? You got to be their official written buyer's agent. If they refuse to sign it, then by default, you have become the sub-agent to seller, and now you've got other problems to figure out. By the way, if that happened, which it's never happened to me, And I haven't really ever heard of it happening in the wild. Some of these are just theoretical, so you understand the rules and laws kind of things. But I've certainly, I can imagine that it's happened that somebody acted as an oral buyer agent, and then somehow maybe they did so poorly that the client just said, no, I'm not signing anything. So I could see that happening. But if that were the case, they refuse to put it into writing. Now you become a subagent to seller. A couple things are going to happen here. You've got a written offer that you've made. First of all, here's the lesson. Don't write any offers until you get the agency locked down. Don't write the offer part first. Do the agency part first. Do that paperwork first. I just did a listing today. And so you do the agency portion first, the listing agreement first, so that you become hired, and then you can do the rest. So if it were helping a buyer, I wouldn't talk to the buyer about how much they should offer. I would say, let's get me hired first. Put this in writing, make me a buyer agent. Now I can help you figure out what offer price it should be and write it down. Put the offer together. Yeah. Okay, let me take a look. I might have thought of it backwards. Let's see. Must an oral buyer agency agreement be reduced to writing before making an offer? The answer is yes, it should. It should be reduced to writing before making an offer. So, did I say it weird a minute ago? Oh, I gotcha. Oh, I just didn't even pay attention to the check. You're right. I didn't change that Kahoot, but the bulk of you got it correct. So yeah, I need to flip that check over to the yes choice. Good one. Good catch. Oh, good. Sorry. Undisclosed dual agency is sometimes legal in certain situations. True or false? False. Undisclosed dual is never okay. Good job. A broker cannot be a designated agent if what? If they don't like the buyer or seller, or if they know confidential info about the other client, or if they're still a provisional broker, or if they haven't paid their renewal fee. Got a little split there. Cannot be a designated agent, designated dual agent, if they know confidential info about the other client. That's kind of what we were looking for, but you do have a point. If they don't pay their renewal fee and therefore go expired, they can't do anything. So officially, technically correct. You would get points either way. They can be a designated agent even if they're provisional, though. Go ahead. No, they can't know anything because they're not allowed to not share it. If they're a buyer agent, designated buyer agent for that buyer, they would not be allowed to keep that secret. They'd be required to tell them. Because here's the other part of that. So let's say they did it properly. They've got a designated dual agent helping the buyer. Sometimes I'll call that a designated buyer's agent. And then there's a designated agent helping the seller. Neither of them knew anything confidential about the opposite party when they were assigned those roles. But what happens if those two agents designated for each party are hanging out at the office and they're kind of buddies? And one of them says to the other one, you know, I went out and talked to that seller today, and I know that they'd come down another $3,000 if you guys would just ask them. They're sticking on this one price, but if your guy could come up just a little more than you are, I think we'd get it done. They have given up some confidential info about their own client, right? So what would that buyer agent have to do with that information they just learned about the seller? Are they obligated to keep that confidential, or are they more obligated to reveal it to their own client, their buyer? Does the question make sense? Did I ask it bad? Good. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. That's a good one. Good point to make. Sure. They both still have to protect the confidential info about respective parties. If they were to hear from the seller that they would take less than what they are officially telling the buyer they would, they've got to keep that secret if they're a true dual agent. If they were to hear the similar stuff from the buyer that, hey, I want to offer 320, but don't, between you and me, I would go to 350 if that's what it takes. They got to keep that secret too if they're a true dual agent. So good point. But as a designated dual agent, if you find out something confidential along the way, like throughout back and forth talk in the transaction, maybe because the other agent mouths off too much, maybe because you know a person who knows the seller, and somehow you just get that inside information, then you have to tell your own client that information. You have more obligation to your own client than you do to keep the secret of the opposite, who would be your customer, right? You owe more to your client than you do your customer. You with me? So watch out for that on the test question. You got to know who you've got to be the most loyal to. Since we've restored loyalty, you owe all loyalty to your own client. Now, think about it, though. Do we have a problem still? You heard a secret revealed from the listing agent. They never should have said something. Do we think that if that comes out into the open, that firm might get sued by the hurt party about whom a secret was revealed? You bet. We've got a leak. We got a problem in the firm. Now, the buyer agent did the right thing by telling their client that thing they learned. The listing agent did the wrong thing by revealing the information. And so the listing firm, the firm and the listing agent are both going to probably have some problems to deal with. The only one who did the right thing was the buyer agent, but they still now work for a firm that's going to get in trouble too, because maybe that firm is going to be looked at by the commission as, what kind of training are you doing over there? Any? How much protection of confidential info do you have going on? Are you locking up your files? Think about that too. With designated dual agency, they've had a problem with files not being locked up in cabinets. So everybody in the whole firm has access to all the other files, and no big deal until it's a designated dual agent situation. So they've got the BIC has to have like email protocols and who sees what emails and what conversation goes on in the firm, in the office, back and forth, and just really making sure people grasp and follow this requirement to keep things confidential, or things could get real bad. That was in the CE class last year. They must have had that situation pop up, so much so that it showed up in a continuing ed course update. Agency is the fiduciary relationship between what parties? Fiduciary between who? The principal and the agent, the principal and the broker on the sign, the firm and the provisional broker, the seller and the buyer. Which one has this fiduciary relationship between them? Yeah, best answer here, principal and the agent. The agent being the firm, of course. If it had said the principal and the broker in the firm, that would probably be a good answer too, because by default, or so by extension, the brokers within the firm are sub-agents to the firm, so that fiduciary extends. The firm and the provisional broker, there's some fiduciary between them in that. But I guess I could probably reword the question a little bit, but I would, if we were doing this for actual points, I'd probably give you points for that too. The intended answer was geared more toward the red one. What terms of loyalty does the buyer owe the agent in oral buyer agency? What does the buyer owe the agent when it's non-written? Whatever commission is on the listing, eternal love and commitment, none, or a certain time period of commitment. Oh, game pin is, sorry, it's at the bottom. Let me go get that extended for you. There you go. It looks like 9959440. Put that in the chat. There you go. Good. Okay. So what terms of loyalty does the buyer, you're welcome, owe the agent in oral buyer agency? They owe them nothing. You got it. Nothing. They owe us nothing. We owe them what? What is the, and I might be giving away the next question. I don't remember when I made this, but what does the agent owe the buyer in oral buyer agency? How much of old car fiduciary duties do they owe the buyer? You owe to your buyer client. When it's oral buyer agency, what do you owe to your buyer client out of all those 6 old car duties? You're eventually going to become a written buyer agent, hopefully. For now, it's not written, but you're still a buyer agent. And if you're still a buyer agent, Corey says every single one of them, and he's right. All of them. You owe them all. When it's oral buyer agency, it is lopsided. It is a Will and Jada Smith situation. Sorry. Old reference. You owe everything to them. They owe nothing to you. You could show them 5 houses this morning, and then this afternoon they could look at those same 5 houses with their cousin who has a license and does this part-time. And not even those same 5 because you just saved them time. They call their cousin and say, I know you're at your regular job. That's why I didn't want to bother you and waste your time. I wasted their time, not yours, because they're a stranger agent. You're my cousin. And I weeded them all out down to the 3rd one. Just write it up for number 3. I'm going to ghost that agent, not call them back. And they have every right to do so. It's not nice, but the legal right is within their hands. You kind of gave them that chance to do it too, right? You made that choice to be an oral buyer agent, and therefore that just comes with that baggage. That's why some people are like, no, not doing that ever again. They might have done it once or twice, got dinged like that, but decided not to do it again. Right? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I will not stand behind my wording. It could very well be worded badly. Designated agency is a form of dual agency, true or false? Good job. It is indeed a form of dual agency. What is the first substantial contact? Is that when they're discussing money or motivation? Is that when their finger glows red? Is that when they tell you their name? Or when you give them your business card? Which one of these best defines first substantial? Good job. Money and motivation in the conversation. The business card is more like first initial contact. So a scenario of an open house, for instance, they come in the door, start talking, you just click, sometimes you just click with people. Maybe you notice the bumper sticker on their car for the Panthers, and you start talking about the Panthers and the Hornets, and you could talk for 3 hours the whole time you're doing the open house and never get to the point of having to disclose the working with agents disclosure because you never got around to money or motivation. You might have made yourself a friend, but you might not have helped your business all that much, right? And that's okay. It's okay to kind of build relationships slowly, but point is, when is the first substantial contact kicking in? It's when the conversation turns to their money or their motivation. There is a time that you've got to disclose your agency status at first initial contact. So first initial contact does matter in this business. And there's 2 situations where you need to tell the person you're talking to that you represent whoever it is you represent. And that is if you're talking to a seller listed by an agent, for instance, or you're talking to the listing agent themselves. You've got to say, and here's an example. You decide you say to your buyer, okay, let's go meet at that listing at 4 p.m. tomorrow. And you get there a couple minutes early, and the garage door comes up, and the seller rushes out with all the kids in tow, trying to load them up into the minivan, and you get out, and you're walking to the door, and you say to them, what? You in that case would say to them, hey, I'm the buyer agent, just here a little early. Take your time, no big deal. Identify yourself as the buyer's agent. You just met them. This was not any time for them to tell you about their own motivation or money. So that wouldn't work. So in that case, it would have to be first initial contact. Another one would be if your buyer has interest in a house and you call the listing agent to get more information about that house. So you call them on the phone, you say, hey, got a buyer interested in your listing at ABC Street. By the way, I'm their buyer agent. Got a couple questions for you, right? It's agent to agent in that case. That's when first initial contact requires you to disclose whoever it is you represent. So either the seller or the listing agent is at first initial contact, and then potential clients is at first substantial contact. Do potential clients have to sign the Working with Agents brochure? Are they required to? Can you force them to? You cannot force them to. They might even tell you right up front, I'm not signing anything today. I just met you. In that event, I think we're going to see it in the slides tonight, in a minute. But in that event, you would make a note yourself on the Working with Agents disclosure. Tried to get them to sign it. They wouldn't sign it. And you would sign it, date it. Because the point of that disclosure form is to have it in your file for 3 years. So if the commission comes down, you could prove to them that you at least tried. Sorry, couldn't get them to sign it. They said no, but you've got to still have the form in your file. And you would just fill out and date and time. Probably time would be good too. A little bit of a situation so that you remember it if it was like 2.5 years ago. What type of agency is either written or verbal? Is that express agency, implied agency, broker agency, or specific agency? Written or verbal? We saw a lot of words here that we've seen before, so that can get confusing. When they load up a question with words that you know are relevant to the course, then you have to have enough mastery to know, okay, but is it relevant to this topic? So, implied is never legal. Implied agency is not allowed. So that kind of disqualifies that one. That's not okay. Express, that's the one we're looking for. Express agency can be either written or verbal. It can be spoken or it can be written down. Express is the opposite of implied, right? Express versus implied. I think weeks ago we talked about how an example in your daily life of an implied contract is when you sit down at a restaurant. They're assuming from your actions, your implications, that you're going to pay for it when you're done, but they don't have any proof that you can even afford it. You might just be planning to eat a light enough one that you can jump up and run out the door without paying, right? That's implied contract. So implied agency is you're making them guess who you represent based on your actions, and that's not okay. It's not protecting of the client. Got to make sure the clients and customers know for a fact who we represent. And so we express it to them. You with me? Follow me there? We're expressing our status to them, and we can express it by either saying it, talking it, or writing it down. So express could be either written or verbal. Sometimes people say express is only written, but that's not true. Express just means you did it on purpose. You had the conversation. Those other two choices are nonsense. They're not even a thing. I guess broker agency is technically a thing, but we don't really ever say those two words together. We're looking for express there. Caveat emptor means what? What does that Latin phrase caveat emptor mean? Let the seller beware, let the agent beware, let the buyer beware, or let the firm beware? Caveat emptor means let the buyer beware. Let the buyer beware in parentheses of the seller, right? The buyer needs to know, look, the seller doesn't have to tell us anything about that house. They could say no representation for the most part. But, therefore, you, buyer, have the right to have your own professionals come look at it. You can hire whatever inspector you want. You can hire a bunch of them if you want to spend the money. Because beware, there might be something wrong. And now it's on you, buyer, to find it. When does the buyer agency agreement have to be put in writing? What point in time does the buyer agency have to be reduced to writing? At the time of offer, when you show the first home, when you meet at Starbucks to talk about what they like, or when you have them sign the working with agents brochure or disclosure? Yep, you got it. Time of offer. Now, it'd be nice if they went ahead and hired you after you talked to them about the working with agents disclosure, but it's not a requirement. But drop dead deadline, got to have it in writing before writing that offer up. Designated dual is when a buyer and seller are represented by the same broker, true or false. Designated dual, same human broker, just one human broker in between the buyer and seller, true or false. That is false. Designated dual requires at least how many human heartbeat brokers? At least 2, one for each side. Right? Takes a minute. Takes a little while for this stuff to sink in. So just hang in there. If I had said true dual agency is when a buyer and seller are represented by the same broker, would that be true? Yeah, it could be. At least one is involved in true dual. At least 2 are involved in designated dual. You could have multiples in either, more than 1 or more than 2, but bare minimum for designated is 2. Who are the parties to an offer to purchase? The listing agent versus the seller versus the buyer, the list seller and the listing firm, or the buyer versus the buyer agent? Who are the parties against each other in an offer to purchase? Seller and buyer. Offer to purchase. That becomes a contract, hopefully. That's the one party making an offer to the other party. Not necessarily the buyer making the offer. It could be the seller, but it's the parties to the transaction, right? The principals to the transaction. That's a better term. Buyer versus buyer agent, that wouldn't be an offer to purchase. That'd be a buyer agency agreement that a buyer and their own agent would sign between each other. That makes sense? We're going to talk about offers and contracts in the next 2 chapters, 9 and 10. That's purely buyer versus seller. What does a signed working with agents disclosure accomplish? Signed working with agents disclosure. Does it establish an agency between the broker and the client? Does it prove you explained agency to them? Does it allow you to write up an offer on their behalf? Or does it prove you are a real estate broker? Looking for best answered, by the way. Good job. Most of you got that. Proves all it is to prove that you explained what you're supposed to explain. Because next year, after this transaction is over, maybe the real estate commission comes down and audits the files and pulls yours and says, hey, did you explain to these clients how agency worked? And you need to be able to pull that document out, the working with agents disclosure, and say, yep, look right here. Here's where they signed. I did. Express agency is always written, true or false? Express agency is not always written. It could be spoken. Could be spoken, could be written. So best answer there is false. Not always written. Well done. Getting the hang of that, I think. Okay. We left off with this topic. This concept of procuring cause of sale, which just means the broker who started it and saw it through without a break in the continuity and produced a ready, willing, and able buyer should be the one who earns the commission. They should be entitled to the commission. It might be that buyer jumps midship, ghosts the broker, stops calling them back, and tries to go to another broker. So what if they've been working with you? You did all the right paperwork. You got them to sign a working with agency disclosure. You got them to sign a buyer agency agreement. You showed them 45 houses. And then they won't call you back anymore. And then maybe without you knowing, they call some other agent and ask them to see some stuff. And that agent takes them to see some stuff, signs working with agents disclosure, signs a buyer agency agreement. They find the right house, they make an offer, they get it accepted, they close and everything. And that second agent, not you, gets paid. Anything you can do about that? Could you maybe not even know that happened? Is there any way that you could even know that they bought a place? I guess one way is eventually, if you did a search of the tax records for their name, but it's not going to be anytime soon. It'd probably be 2, 3, 4 months way after they left you and after the closing. And then the question is, could you pursue your commission from that agent that they ended up getting to help them? What that second agent should have done is ask them, have you been working with an agent? Sometimes people lie, and so maybe they did. But if that agent didn't know, or even did know, regardless, I'm not sure if there's a time frame. You're not going to be tested to that level, but you here at this point, you have a dispute. You originated a series of events. There was a break in continuity, and you didn't produce a ready, willing, and able buyer because they dumped you. But maybe could you contact that agent and work something out? I don't know. But it wouldn't be through the real estate commission. They wouldn't want to deal with it because it doesn't harm the client necessarily directly, right? If anything, your best and really only shot would be to run it through the local realtor board and turn the other agent in maybe, or at least get their attention and say, hey, realtor board, that agent might not have asked. They might have. Again, they might have, and the client just straight up lied to them. There's no master list or database of these agency agreements. There's no way to cross-check. And all of that sounds like a terrible deal, right? So it all just enforces the importance of building rapport, building a relationship, right? And just sometimes you're just going to get punched in the mouth. Sometimes it's just going to go bad, and you can either try to pursue something and salvage it and make a complaint, or you can just pick up the pieces and go on to the next client and move on and hope you successfully do the next one. That's what's not cool about this business. There is no, but this is the right thing and I should get this and it's not fair. Sometimes it's not fair. Your BIC would guide you through something like that. But sometimes the answer is not a fun answer. What's the first thing we do when our license goes inactive or expires? You forget to do CE, or you forget to pay your $45. What is your very, very first step in that situation? As I, too late, hide the answer. Step one, as soon as you go inactive or expired, what you got to do first, or what do you not have to do first? Some people say, pay the money real quick. Some people say, go find a replacement CE. And all of that is eventually, but the very first thing you've got to do is to stop doing real estate. That's what they like to test you on. Don't you do any real estate if you're not authorized to do real estate. As soon as that license gets inactive or expired, stop what you're doing. You then go figure out how to fix it. Step one is to stop it so that you're not practicing real estate without a license. So here's the thing. What if you lose track of your 18-month date, right? Your 18-month date is 18 months after your licensure date. That's different for everybody, right? That's not like June 10th for everybody. But if you, let's see, what is this? July, we're going to September, October. Let's say in October you get your license. It all goes well the first time through. You pass everything. You become a provisional inactive broker. You go ahead and pick a firm, pick a BIC, and maybe by late November, you are ready to go. You got the money to pay the memberships and join MLS and all that, and you get after it. 18 months later, or 17 months and I guess 17.9 months later, you kind of forget that you still have one more post-licensing class to take. And then the 18-month hits, and guess what? You're inactive, but you're in the middle of three under contract deals. You might be told by your BIC, hopefully your BIC is on the ball enough to say, wait a minute, I'm seeing right here that, and so that's probably what's going to happen, but you theoretically could do real estate without a valid license, with a license that's inactive or expired. If your BIC's not on the ball, if they miss something, if you miss something. I know a teacher who gave this talk in the post class, and he noticed that one of the students looked at him all of a sudden with this deer in headlights kind of expression. He could tell the student was concerned. And at the break, the student came up and said, so wait a minute. And back then it was 3 years that you had, not just 18 months. Student had figured out in that moment that they were past their deadline. And the problem was they had a transaction that was supposed to close, like $1 million sale the next week. And so he said, you need to just skip the next, when we come back from this break, forget about it. You get on the phone right now with your broker in charge and you figure out what's going on. Don't even come back into class right away, because that's more important, because guess what? You're inactive right now, possibly. Go verify that, talk to your BIC, see what you got to do so as not to be practicing real estate without a license. It's the same thing as practicing it with an inactive license. Essentially, that there is no license. He came back from that phone conversation. He said, oh, it's okay. I worked it out with a colleague of mine. They're just going to flip it over to their name and they're going to close and then give me the money later. And my friend was like, oh, I didn't hear that. That's probably not the solution either. Let's not. It sounds kind of like he was really going to keep practicing, but have a name just on the paper. So no, that's not okay either. Got to cease it immediately. The license has to be on active status at the time the commission was earned. There is a possibility, though, that if there's nothing left to do, you could still get paid. You just can't do the real estate. Your BIC, maybe, if the only thing left is to show up at closing and you've done all the other work, and between finishing up with the last inspection negotiation or whatever and the closing in a couple more days, then your license goes inactive. You could still get paid. It's just that you better not show up to closing with an inactive license. Not like the attorney checks your license, but I'm just saying, if the investigation was done and people said, yeah, she was there at the closing, the commission's going to say, wait a minute, that was a day that you were still inactive. So your BIC, if they wanted to be nice, could show up to that closing, because we're required to go to closings with our client. The commission wants us to do that, and then pay you once you get active again. Hold on to it and then pay you, because you did all the work while you were still active. So just watch out for that little nuance too. LLCR means license, law, and commission rules. In order to represent others for a fee, you need a license on active status and that is current. So don't forget those two things. Current is the opposite of expired. That means the money has been paid. Active is the opposite of inactive. That means the education has been obtained by the proper dates. And if you don't do your education on time, you're this guy. You're an inactive broker just laying around on the couch, not doing anything. And then think about a parking meter when it comes to the money. Expired parking meter. Let's talk about working with sellers. The specifics of working with a seller. Congratulations, you got a listing. The last couple of years, that has almost guaranteed that you were going to have money in your hand in 30 or 40 days because they flew off the shelves. This year, they're not flying quite so fast, but they're still selling. If you're priced reasonably, then we'll see. It'll probably go okay, but the days on market is probably not going to be minutes. It's going to be actual days, maybe even a week or so. And it really matters now, again, like it used to in a normal market. It matters that you price it correctly. I put one up this morning as a coming soon status. So we're going to go active live next Friday after they get a couple of repairs done. And hopefully between now and next Friday, everybody will see it on the MLS and start making appointments, and we'll have a whole couple of days worth of appointments already scheduled. And what I want is for buyers to have to wait for the buyer ahead of them to go look at it and get out of the house and get out of their way, because that creates this urgency. When you see somebody looking at something you want, makes you want it a little bit more, right? So some level 1 stuff, copies of documents. Sorry, it's not level 1. The pre-listing activities that we do. Pre-listing. The commission says it's probably not a bad idea to go on a listing appointment twice. Like do a pre-listing and then go on, once you've seen the property and found out what their goals are, then come back with the actual market analysis and then list the property. But in a market and with the technology the way it is now, you could accomplish some of those things with a Zoom meeting for one thing, right? You could get face-to-face on a Zoom call with the seller at first and say, hey, what are your goals? And see the faces and share screen, do screen share and all that stuff that I do with you guys and walk them through some things. But pre-listing activity just means, what do you need to do before you get there? You can look up the seller's deed. That's public knowledge that's recorded. You could maybe find a survey if available. They're not always available, but you maybe could find one. Not a requirement, but it might be nice to have. You could also get a copy of the covenants and conditions, the rules of the neighborhood, if there are any. You could verify the dues with the HOA. And sometimes the homeowners association says, we need to do some improvements around here and all of you residents are going to have to pay for it. Requirement, called a special assessment. Have we heard that phrase before? So a special assessment is not only when it's the government putting an assessment on you, it could also be the HOA. Your homeowner association could put a special assessment. I listed a townhouse one time, and they had not done a great job, the HOA, of setting aside the dues, a portion of the dues over the years. And so all the roofs got old at the same time. Wasn't exactly a surprise, but they just didn't think about it. And they're like, oh, wow, we've got like 8 buildings of roofs that we need to put on and no money to do it with. So, hey guys, going to need to add on top of the main neighborhood HOA, which I think was like $100, let's just say a month. They had to pay a townhouse section HOA of another $250, and now they had to pay a roof assessment of another $250 per month. I know. So if you were a buyer considering that neighborhood, and let's just say that assessment was not yet approved, it was preliminary, and the closing was going to happen before they made it official, guess what? It's your problem as the new owner, because it's not going to become a confirmed assessment until after you already own it. If it was just preliminary before closing, then that's the buyer's problem once they become the owner. And so if you could buy this townhouse or the one across town with lower HOAs because there is no special assessment, that's exactly the problem we ran into. Everybody bought the other ones across town because they didn't want to buy something with jacked up HOA special assessment, right? So let's figure that out when you're ready to list it. When you go out there for that appointment, it's good to find out these things. Some things you need to provide the seller. You're going to need to go ahead and print out and talk to them about the working with agents disclosure because you're there to list it. That's first substantial contact because they're about to tell you some things like what's the lowest they might be willing to take for it, or what do they owe on their loan, or how bad do they need to get out and how soon. All of those things are money and motivation that typically come up with a listing appointment discussion. If you're working with a buyer, those things might not come up quite so quickly, right? So therefore, on a listing appointment, you know they're probably going to come up because that's why you're there, to go ahead and get hired. And since you are going to go ahead and get hired, you're going to probably want to bring a listing agreement so you can go through that with them, as well as the required disclosures, the mineral oil and gas rights and the residential property disclosures, if applicable. The MOG, mineral oil and gas, is going to be applicable, but the residential property may not be. There's some exemptions where you don't have to provide that disclosure. One of those exemptions is new construction homes do not have to provide the residential property disclosure because it's brand new, right? And then if it's a foreclosure, it's exempt from being required for those two. That bank putting that foreclosure property on the market, they don't have to provide the disclosure. It's just in there. It's just in the general statute that's another exemption. So this is definitely going to be a conversation where you discuss with the seller, hey, seller, if everything works right tonight, you're going to be hiring me unless I majorly screw up. Now, sometimes you're there and they have already told you, we're going to talk to you tonight. We're going to talk to agent B tomorrow night and agent C the night after that, and then pick from the three of you. So that could be a thing. And that's when you want to say this last thing to them, because I would almost bet, if I were going to bet, it'd be good money to bet that the other agents probably would not choose or would forget to say, well, then if you're interviewing multiples, don't tell any of us your confidential information, because a lot of agents are just bad at it. They just don't do this part properly. I know this because of the disciplinary action concerning agency over the last couple of years. And so you could score points that you're the one who knows the laws and the rules. You're the only one out of all of them that even ask about this and protected their interests. If you say to them, look, guys, I think we'd work well together, but I respect that you want to interview others, but until you have made your decision, don't tell any of us anything you wouldn't want the buyer to know. Because it may very well be that if you hire one of those other brokers, I might be the one bringing the buyer for your house. And if you've told me that your rock bottom lowest price that you would be willing to take, I'm required at that moment to tell that buyer what you told me tonight. You're going to score a bunch of points because you could have kept your mouth shut just to see how much they would blab. And guess what? Most of them would blab, but you protected them, gave them a warning, and went over this thing. You're going to discuss disclosure items. You're going to, first of all, explain to them, look, guys, you have the choice on this disclosure form to check no representation. You don't have to tell anything, even if you know there's something wrong for the most part. But if I see something like a stain on the ceiling or maybe signs of termites or that a light doesn't work, I'm required to disclose it because I discovered it and I've got to disclose it. So if it's something that I would have no way of finding out without you telling me, then don't tell me. If you want to check no representation on the disclosure form, like a roof that leaks when it rains. It's not raining now. It's not raining all the rest of the week, so I won't know that unless you were to tell me. Therefore, if you want to choose to check no representation, that there are no roof leaks, you can do that. But if you tell me that there's roof leaks, you could still check no representation on the form, but I'm going to have to tell everybody that the roof leaks. So first, explain their rights to them. Go for it. Sure. It's weird, isn't it? hmm Yeah, you got it. Nope. Right. They couldn't say, no, there's not a problem. That'd be lying. But they could say, I plead the fifth, basically, right? They can check that box called no representation, which says I neither say yes nor or no, right? The reason it's there, I think it created this accidental loophole for that situation where the seller really does know that there is a problem, but can choose to say no representation, which is, I won't answer. But I think the intention was for those cases where it's an estate situation. You didn't live there. You got it from your grandpa. And so you really don't know, and he's gone, or it's a bank, or you were an investor, and somehow or other you were never there on a day to day. So you really don't know. So let's give a person like that an option to not have to say yes for sure or no for sure. But that created just this possibility for anybody, even those who are there every day and do know for sure, to still be able to say, I'm not telling. That's basically how I explain it. So what else are you going to do on this pre-listing meeting? You're going to say, let's tell me about why you bought the house, Mr. and Ms. Seller. Tell me what things encouraged you to want to buy it. Positive features. What things do you want to take with you that might need to be detached? Fixtures. This is that chandelier looks kind of fancy. Is that an heirloom? Is that from grandma, grandpa? Something you want to take with you? Then here's my advice about that. Rather than tempt a buyer with it by leaving it in place and then telling them they can't have it, let's just don't even let them see it. And before we put the house on the market, go ahead and take it down and swap it for something from Home Depot. So they never see the one you want to keep to begin with. Because I promise you, if you let them look at it, they're going to want it. No matter how ugly it may be. Don't tempt them. So best practice, get rid of the fixtures. Swap them out for cheaper ones or whatever. So talk about that. Talk like today, I talked to the seller and they're like, look, we just want to be done. They didn't sell any of the remaining furniture. They just said they had the Restore, the Habitat for Humanity Restore, big old truck. I was there. I helped them load the truck because I want that listing and their family friends. And we loaded it up and they didn't even bother to try to sell it. And same thing about the washer, dryer, and refrigerator. They said, let's just include it with the house so we don't have to mess with it. Sometimes people want to squeeze a couple bucks out of those things. So then we won't include it with the house, but we really do want to leave it with it. But we'll tell the buyer, make an offer. If you want the washer, dryer, refrigerator, put it in your offer, and then it kind of has some value and we can negotiate with that. Seller really didn't care about it, but the buyer doesn't know that. Buyer wants it. So maybe the seller says, well, if you give me another $1,000 on my price, then I'll leave it. But I was going to leave it anyway, but I won't tell you that right now, right? So you can handle those things and find out from them how they want to handle those things. Personal property. If there's a pool, for instance, there might be pool furniture, pool toys, the cleaning equipment, all that stuff is pick it up and walk out the door with it. That's personal. So you could figure out, oh yeah, I'm going to leave all that. I'm going to leave the remaining bags of chemicals. And then you're also looking for red flags because while the seller can choose to, and I see we need a break, seller can choose to check no representation, you still have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. You can't just turn a blind eye to it. If you see something, you can't pretend and squint, close, and pretend you didn't see it. It's got to be stuff. And that doesn't mean that, though, you put on the hazmat suit and crawl up under the house. We're not thankfully required to go in the crawl space. But it does mean that as you're going through the house, you're flipping on lights, maybe even turning on the dishwasher to make sure that runs to that degree. We'll talk about the rest of this pre-listing meeting when we come back. See you back in 10. Welcome back. There we are. Okay, we're still here on this pre-listing meeting. You're out there talking to them, guys. You're not even maybe expecting to get the listing tonight, but you're talking to them. You're sharing with them the preliminaries. You're looking around the house, because here's the other question. What if somebody calls you and says, hey, how much do you list properties for? What do you charge? What's your commission rate? Tell me in the chat how you might answer that question. They call you, I might want to list my house with you. What do you charge? What are some ways you could choose to answer that? Bryant wins the $500 prize from his neighbor. Go collect it. Let us know how that goes, because that is my favorite answer. Oh my goodness. Here's the thing. You could certainly say my firm charges this or I charge that, but as soon as you give them a number, this is not testable. This is just real world. Do not give them a number over the phone. They're just looking for an excuse to weed you out. You won't even get a chance to see it in person. Because guess what? Even if you gave them a number, what is that based on? You don't even know the house. You don't even know. You can do some research sight unseen. They could give you the address. You could look it up and do some basic preliminary market analysis, but you still don't know the end product. They could tell you, oh, it's pretty much ready to list. And the last time somebody told me that, she was a human resources person at her work. He was an IT guy at his work. And so in my mind, I thought little mill house in Kannapolis, probably around at the time, this was 10 years ago, $250,000. I thought it's probably pretty neat and clean because we've got a couple of sort of engineering. Maybe I was making assumptions here that it'd be all tidy and ready to go. And they told me it was ready. But as soon as I went over there, opened the front door, life-size cutout of Freddy Krueger, the horror character, at the foyer. And that's okay. You live there however you want to. But also in that front room was a shelf full of WWE action figures, the wrestling action figures, along the entire ceiling shelf all the way across the whole room, and a whole bunch of other stuff like that too. Again, fine, you do you, but when you choose to hire me to help you sell it, I'm going to have some notes. I'm going to say, let's put Freddy in the attic. Let's take the figures down, turn this into a property that people can visualize themselves living in. And they may or may not have agreed to do that. But my point is, if I had given them a number over the phone, not knowing that those things were there, and maybe finding out later that they would not take them down, even though I tell them they should, guess what? Those numbers are bad now. I'm not going to be able to sell it for as much if it's not staged properly. And then I didn't even tell you about the bathroom flooring beside the tub that's squishy, that needed to be picked up, pulled up, replaced, repaired, and the kitchen counters that I assume were under all those pots and pans because I couldn't actually see them because they were completely covered and the sink was full. And I had a feeling, wait a minute, these are two college kids that are 10 years out of college but still live like they're still back there. And I don't care about that either until I'm in it, partnered with you to get this thing sold. Live how you want to, no judgment from me. But now I've got a vested interest to get you top dollar. Now I care. Now I've got some suggestions. And if you won't take them, I'm going to need longer to try to get it sold. It's going to take longer if I'll even take it. And I'm not going to be as willing to negotiate my fee because it's going to take more time, more money. It's going to be, so Brian's answer is the best answer on the phone. They say, what do you charge? I don't know. I haven't seen your house yet. It depends. The logic of that statement is just inarguable, right? So it really can help you. So now that you're out there seeing it, now you can go back home or go back to the office having seen it firsthand and better compare it to those comparable listings that you're going to look up in the computer, in the database, the MLS. Now that you really know what you're dealing with. And after talking to them, maybe all those things are wrong with it, and you get a feel, you look them in the eye and you ask them, okay, guys, here's what is your real goal here? Are you looking for top dollar, or are you looking for reasonably fast sale, or both? If it's all about the price and they don't care how long it takes, okay, fair enough. But then we got to get all these things squared away. We're not listing this today or this weekend. It's going to take you a month at least to get all those things attended to. How long do you have to give to fix this and this and this and this and this and this and this? The laundry list of suggestions you're going to be making to maximize how much that thing can be perceived to be worth. Top dollar is what they want. They got to present a top dollar house. Or if it's time, kind of the same thing. It's going to either, how can we sell it faster? Price it lower, and or give them something ready to move in and start living. Either or. I don't want to price it that low. Well, then either fix the condition or get out of the way and let them move in sooner or whatever, right? Finding out these things. My favorite, you can only imagine. You tell me, if you had the license now ready to go, active and current, and you needed to go on your very first listing appointment tomorrow, what sort of dream scenario presentation would you take with you? What kind of thing would you use to present what you have to offer to this potential seller client? What would you do? Tell me in the chat. Are you old school? Would you put papers in a 3-ring binder? That's okay. No problem with that. Do it, just kind of flip pages. Are you a tech person? Would you use like a PowerPoint on a laptop? And you might have just thought, that's not all that techie. How about Prezi? Anybody heard of the Prezi version of PowerPoint? It's much cooler. How about that? Point is, there's a lot of ways you can do this thing. But don't forget that little tip the last session, or maybe 2 sessions ago, when I mentioned personality type. If you have this 3-inch thick binder with every possible objection handling device that you could have, and you pull that out with somebody that just wants the bottom line, their eyes are going to glaze over. They might even ask you to leave. They might have some sort of anxiety attack. You're going to lose them. You're going to lose that rapport. So keep all that in the bag until you know who you're working with and what they need you to provide. Here's my favorite listing presentation. Can you see the camera? A pad of paper, a blank piece of paper. And I sit there without piling on all that other stuff. I have that if I need it. But I sit there at the table in the kitchen. That's where decisions are made. We're getting outside of the syllabus here, but it proves the point. And I'm going to say, what is your problem? But I'm going to say it nicely. What can I help you with? What are you most worried about here? And let them tell me exactly what I need to turn right back around and tell them, and cater it to their needs instead of making them hear what my company does or where they came from. They may not care that my company was started in 1957. So leave it off, right? This is when you're gauging all of that. This is the point when you're figuring out who are you we're dealing with and how do I need to set this up to make them like me and pick me. We're going to talk to them about what we do, how we differentiate. All the more important to ask them what's important to them, right? Because if they just want to know that you can get the thing done, maybe all you need to do is show them your testimonials from past clients and don't even go into all those details. You can just say, let's just leave it at this. I use social media. I have a network of agents that I'm going to keep it in front of and make sure they know about this, because I'm going to put it in front of agents that have actually sold in this area and these types of houses. What I'll do is look up the database. I'll just look up solds, make a list one by one of agents that have done that if I have to, and then give it out there. Yes, they could stumble across it on the MLS, but this is really more of a, how can I market and promote this house? So in all these different things, any one of them could bring that buyer. So you're going to share with them what your strategy is. And you might choose to, in this course, we have it listed here in the pre-listing meeting. I'd probably rather not give them all my secrets and my plans until they've actually hired me. So I'd probably keep this pretty general. And then I don't even know that I'd go too much in depth, just enough to get them to hire me, but they don't need to know all the things that I'm going to do. They just need to know that I'm going to get them the result, right? We'll also discuss what we charge at some point, probably this point, because now you've seen it. Now you know, do they seem reasonable? Sound like they're really going to do what they promised to do? And so I would leave that with a big fat cushion when I tell them something. I'd say, look, guys, it all depends on this, the range that I'm seeing. When you come back the second time, you're going to share with them what your research revealed. And you would say the range that I think you might sell for is anywhere between 320,000 and 350,000. And it's going to depend on you where in that range you could get. If you don't want to lift a finger and just leave it as it sits, we're probably looking toward the lower side of the range. If you're willing to put things in boxes and put them out in the garage and maybe put some paint on the walls and declutter and clean up and get a professional cleaner, carpet, and maybe even put some furniture, because there's a ton of it, in a storage unit or something so people can walk through the rooms. If you go all out, we could probably expect to get toward the top of that range. What is your feeling right now? Which one do you see yourself being able to maintain sanity and doing and committing to? Well, I'm really busy at work. I don't know that I could do all this whole thing. Okay, fine. Then 330 it is. Probably that 330, 335 range. So here's where you're going to talk about that sort of thing and what you might charge. You want to stay away from this? Definitely don't say things in this term. The standard rate across the industry is X percent. And so I think the way this happens is agents are trying to kind of soften the blow. And they say, well, the standard is this percent, but I charge this. So, wrong, right? You use the wrong phrase in order to accomplish your goal of making yourself sound like you're giving them a deal or something. But you just got to be honest with them and say, look, guys, there is no standard commission rate. I charge this. You might even give them a tiered system. You could say, I'll do it for 5% if you want this and this and this and this and this. 5.5 if you want me to also include this, and 6 if you want me to include this. There's something to be said for that, because a lot of people will pick the middle thing, the middle choice, no matter what it is. They don't want the cheapest of the cheap. They don't want to pay the most of the most. And you could set those to anything. It could be 5, 6, and 7, or 6, 7, and 8. And then a lot of them will pick the 7%. But it's all you. Talk to your BIC, figure out your business plan, and also how gutsy you are at sitting there and seeing if they call your bluff. Would you really do it for 4? Maybe not. Would you do it for 5? Maybe. But are you going to try to get it for 6? All of that stuff, it all depends, right? But you could say, look, I charge this. You could say it's always negotiable. By the way, what are you doing? Why are you selling? Oh, you're moving across town? You don't have an agent to help you buy? Well, I have some good news. What I would normally charge to list a property, I can wiggle a little bit on that now. If you let me help you with both, then there's room for me to give you a lower commission split or rate on this listing. When we're dealing with a buyer, it's going to probably be a buyer that comes from another agent when we list a property. It's probably not going to be us who brings the buyer. So I go ahead and explain that to the seller. Odds are some of those thousands and thousands of agents have several buyers each. That's a much greater likelihood that they're going to be the one who brings it than me. I'm going to try. I would love to be the only agent and to bring the buyer. But if another agent does, we need to decide how much money we're going to give them. And so if you're hiring me for 5%, tell them your proposal for how much you're going to share with that other firm. And it may not be equal. You may not want to make it equal. If you're doing it for 6%, you might not want to keep 3 and 3, because maybe, guess what? As a listing agent, you're spending money out of pocket up front before you make it. You got to pay for measuring, probably. You got to pay for maybe professional photos if you don't know how to do that. Drone footage, if it's like a land acreage kind of thing, is probably going to be expected. The fancy flyers that go sit in the house, maybe. And then not even to speak of the paid ads, Instagram, Facebook, old-fashioned print ads. All that stuff comes into play. And so as a listing agent, that's why you see new agents do probably more buyer business than seller business, unless they have a fund to work with. But if you're starting this business from scratch, you need to build up money first, pay some bills and save up. It's going to be probably smarter to help buyers, because then you're going to get paid and not have to spend much money except maybe gas to get that done. Yeah. It is, and you're right. That is very prevalent. However, right now it's a sort of a sore topic because it is the source of a big class action lawsuit. Major real estate firms that we all know, including the Realtor Association itself, have been called, and they're challenging the way this whole thing is set up, the way this industry has worked about pay structure. Why is a buyer agent getting paid from the seller? And so they're saying the buyer should pay the buyer agent and the seller should pay the listing agent. So it's sort of in flux right now, sort of in transition. So we got to be real careful. And I'm glad you brought that up, because people out there are doing it wrong, and you need to learn it the right way and do it correctly here. Remember when we looked at that buyer agent agreement, it says that we're probably going to get paid from the seller. So it's not okay. The commission doesn't like it when agents are out there doing what you said. When agents are out there saying, you're not going to have to pay me, I can work for you for free. Well, not exactly. Probably you're going to get paid by the seller, but what happens if the seller is not giving you as much as you charge? Then the buyer needs to know that you're going to expect them to make up the difference. What happens if the seller doesn't pay anything? I've seen some builders pay like 1%. And when you're used to 2.5 or 3 on new construction and they go down to 1, maybe you're not okay with that. You need to explain to that buyer in the beginning. It's just I see agents doing it all the time. You're exactly right, but it's a mistake to say, we do this for free to help you buy. No, you don't. You're probably getting paid by the seller. If you're not getting paid by the seller, or you're not getting paid enough, then what? So you got to prepare that buyer that they might have to kick in. Yeah. They just have to be careful that they're doing it properly, and also mentioning that it could turn into, I'm going to expect some money from you. Possibly. I'm going to do my best to get everything I need from the seller, but doesn't mean that that's the only place the money comes from. So let's think about how that could be perceived and how you in the buyer's position might feel about it, right? If you went this whole time thinking, well, she's going to help me and I don't have to pay. She's get to represent me, this old car, all that stuff, and I don't ever have to come out of pocket. But then you get into a transaction where it pops up and that agent's getting paid like a fraction, and then they come to you and say, remember that thing about how you get all of me for not having to pay me? Well, now I want you to pay me. It's probably better to prepare them in advance, just in case it were to come up, just because it sort of just helps soften the blow, right? It might very well be that it never even happens, but I think it'd probably be better to explain it to them that way and say, look, guys, probably not going to need anything from you. But here, with all that said, talk to your BIC and do it the way you want to. As long as your BIC is okay with it, try it and see how it works. And you probably will be fine most of the time. But that 10, 20% of the time that something goes sideways and you do have to ask them to come out of pocket, it's going to be harder to have the conversation if you didn't tell them that it could be a possibility, right? Yes, exactly. A lot of CYA in this business. Cover your assets. A lot of that really pays off. The more prep and warning you can give them, then when things do go wrong, if they go wrong, you're going to also look all the more wise because you will have predicted and be ready. You'll come across as knowing it could have happened rather than looking like you're surprised as they are. And they might be like, oh, why are they surprised they're in this business? Rather than, oh, she told me and she backed it up with an email. By the way, back it up with an email. If you will give them these warnings on the phone, say, don't forget our phone call this morning where I said you might be facing this in the future when we deal with like the inspections or if a seller won't pay my entire, whatever it is. Follow it up. Give yourself a backup plan. So later when they forget that you told them that good advice, you can say, oh, that's okay. You have a lot being thrown at you, but I forwarded the email from 4 weeks ago when I told you that the first time. Ha ha, na boo boo. Don't tell me I didn't tell you. I got proof. Those things you think but don't say. But you've got it, right? You've got it, and you can just leave the dates and the time from when it did to prove to them, oh yeah, I guess I've got to admit that she did tell me that warning. Little things are like that really make the business easier. The first time it all goes out the window, goes crazy like a tornado, you'll put these things in place along the way. And you'll be like, how could I make this less painful next time and avoid it altogether? Those are the kinds of things you can do to keep that from happening. When we're dealing with, let's see, buyer agent, the compensation is in the buyer agency agreement. It's also mentioned, as we saw in the MLS, buyer agency fee or sub-agent to seller fee. And it could be that whether you're helping a seller or a buyer, you're getting a upfront fee. Although I've not run across any agents in any classes that are doing that, CE or otherwise. I've heard of a couple listing agents maybe that have such a good reputation and kind of own a neighborhood. They farm it and everybody kind of thinks of them when it's that particular neighborhood. And so you want to list with me, then give me $500 right up front. I'll credit it to you at closing. It's that much less you'll have to pay me at closing, but I need it now to start the whole marketing, and I pay this. And the more stuff as a full service broker you can do, probably the better you can justify it. So you could charge a retainer fee, a fee for services. You could also charge the more typical success fee, the thing you get paid upon closing. You've earned it. When you produced a ready, willing, and able buyer, you've received it at closing, and that would be called a success fee. So let's get into the money. That's the fun part. A co-brokered sale. How many companies are involved if it's a co-brokered sale? One or two? Got two. Good job. Co-brokerage, two firms. We've got the seller right there at the top in the middle. They sell for $400,000. They work with a broker that charges a 6% commission. So what's 6% of 400,000? Total commission dollars of $24,000. Just plug it in the calculator. 400,000 times 6 and the percent sign. That's the total commission we're working with. But are you going to keep that all to yourself? Nope. You're going to be splitting it. And so the listing firm is firm A there on the left. They're going to keep, in this case, they've decided to split it evenly. So they're going to keep $12,000 and they're going to share the other half, the other $12,000 with the buyer or the selling firm, the buyer agent firm. Then that's still not what you're getting if you're at either one of these firms, because now you got to split it with your firm. So this $12,000 is just the firm's portion that they're going to split with the individual human broker within them, within their ranks. Now we have an in-house sale. How many companies are involved with an in-house sale? One or two. Now we're down to one. Same thing, $24,000 total commission. Listing firm is getting the entire $24,000. Now, is it just you because you're a dual agent? Then you might not see that buyer broker there at the bottom. You might be both of those because you're a dual agent and you're getting the full 24 that you have to split with your firm, but you're getting the other bit. You're not having to share with another human broker. Or in-house sale could be two different brokers in that firm, selling broker and seller's broker, splitting the $24,000 and then splitting it again with the firm. I'm going to do some actual math later with calculator to figure out how much would you make on this price of a sale, or here's how much the agent made and received, therefore what was the price. So we'll go back and forth, backwards and forwards. But for now, let's talk about the listing agreements. This is a mess. I need to change these things. But broker Betty is on a listing appointment with seller Sam. Sam tells Betty the roof has leaked in the past and Sam had the leak repaired. So that's what the seller told the agent, had the leak repaired. At an open house, potential buyer Patty asks about any structural issues with the home, and broker Betty says there are no issues. Broker Betty might be found guilty of what? Sam has told her the roof has leaked, but that it has been fixed. What could she be guilty of if she just says there are no issues? It's a weird one, right? We've got a couple issues going on here. First of all, maybe the seller's telling her the truth. And what we don't see addressed in this question is, did she get proof? Did she say, okay, seller, who fixed it? Let's see some invoices so I can provide that to the other party and prove to them that it was fixed, because especially if you see like a stain on the ceiling. So in this case, she has said a thing. She has represented something. Is that a true thing or not? We don't know. This needs to be a better worded question. I wrote it here so that you could kind of appreciate the different directions it could go in. But so far, she has said a thing. Does she know that that's correct or not? And it looks like it is correct as far as we know. But on a real test question, they would give you more to go on. So just watch out for that. We'll talk more about that. Here are your options when you're getting hired by a seller. This is not really an option, but this is just something you need to know the definition of, because we don't do open listings in this state. I don't even think anybody in the country of the U.S. does it. I think they do it in England. I think in England, a seller could list with multiple companies and you would see many signs in the same yard. And then whichever of those companies brought the buyer is the one that gets paid, and everybody else is just out of luck. Who's with me? No thanks. Don't want to do that. Glad we don't do that here. But that's what an open listing is. A seller can list with multiple firms, and the firm bringing the buyer is the only firm that gets paid. And here's the main thing. Here's the biggest testable thing that I think you'll see. With an open listing agreement, what happens if the seller provides their own buyer? They find the buyer, not you, the broker, or any of the brokers that they've hired, but just them by themselves. Let's just say that maybe they work at a big factory that's an hour away. I know of some people who drive an hour to work every day to and from because of how good the pay is. And so that's the case. They drive an hour away. There's no way you, their listing agent, could influence any of their coworkers or even know them. None of your methods of promoting the property would result in any of their coworkers knowing about it. And so that seller goes to their work and they put it on the bulletin board, a flyer that they themselves made. You didn't even make it. And so one of their coworkers says, "Oh, wow, you're selling your house? I'll buy it." Should you get paid? Well, if it's an open listing agreement, you're not going to get paid because they found the buyer themselves. Do we like that? No, we don't. We don't do this. We don't want to deal where the seller brings their own buyer, we don't get paid. We want to do it in a way that we get paid no matter who brings the buyer, including the seller. Because, as I mentioned a minute ago, when you list properties, you're out of pocket right up front. Time and money, it's a lot of front-loaded activity, both time and expense. So, open listing, the seller can list with multiple firms, and if they themselves bring the buyer, you don't get paid. None of those firms get paid. Then we have these two. Go ahead. Yes. You would have put it on the market and done the work and listed the property and done all the promotion that you choose to do, just knowing that you might be wasting your time. Because you like the negotiation and stuff. That's if they brought the buyer, they might lean on you and ask, in this case, which one of you that they listed with would they get to do this? But yeah, that is a good point. In real life, they might say, hey, I found the buyer myself. I don't want to pay you the full commission, but would you guide me through the paperwork for a lesser amount? Yeah, in real life, that might be an actual conversation and possibility. Sure. So yeah, that could be a thing, but don't build too much into this topic. Let's keep these three things sort of like when we talked about tenants in common and joint tenancy and tenancy by the entirety. Let's look at each of these three ways you could list, and just learn the basics of them and how the question could show up. But you're right. That would be a valid real world scenario. It wouldn't be with this thing because we don't do this thing, but it could be if you're a limited service broker. If you choose to give them a choice and they say, well, I just want you to put it on the MLS. I don't want you to do all the extra advertising and all the fancy photos and the aerial drone shots or anything, because I think it'll sell it without that. And I don't want to pay for that stuff. So would you just put it in the MLS and charge me for doing that? Would you also be available and charge me just to help me navigate through the negotiation? And that's what that's some more possibilities with the fee for service, limited service kind of concept could bring up. It also makes it messy and tricky. That's why a lot of people don't do that, because it's like, well, where's my value? What am I getting paid to do? And how much is that worth? How much would you charge to help somebody navigate an offer back and forth and go through all that? Is that worth half of a typical commission you would charge? Is it worth more than half? Those are all valid questions and kind of gets tricky. So we've got this open listing. Any of the firms they hire could bring the buyer, and whoever brings it gets paid. And if the seller brings the buyer, no brokers get paid. Then we've got this one. This one is still not great. Exclusive agency, and then the third one we'll get to is the best one, exclusive right to sell. So let's talk about agency. Exclusive agency means they're only hiring you, just your firm, but the seller still retains the right to not pay you if they themselves bring the buyer. So that's still not ideal for us, because we've already spent time and money up front and may not get paid. Sometimes they'll come to us and say, list my property. Oh, by the way, my cousin might want to buy it. In that case, I will say, well, then let's figure out if the cousin is going to buy it before I spend my time and money, right? Got to make sure that you protect yourself. And that's a valid question. Let's go ahead and put them on the spot and say, hey, cousin, you going to buy it or not? Because you've got 5 more days or 2 more days. You've got a deadline. One second, guys. All right. So exclusive agency, only one firm listing it, and the seller could still find their own buyer and not pay the commission. Right? What else? The best one is this: exclusive right to sell. Listing is exclusive to one firm again, just like exclusive agency. And we make the commission no matter, even if the seller themselves brings the buyer. That's ideal. That's by far the prevalent way we do it. Agent totally protected, right? And because here it is, you've put in the work. Even though they might have feel like they've produced the buyer odds are they told their buddy at work and the buddy drove by it or found it online. And guess what? Your stuff is why they found it online. When they drove by, they saw your sign. And we're not even done. The buyer coming into the equation it's not over. That's just the start. You might be a quarter of the way through. Now you've got to get through the offer process, getting that into a contract, going under contract, getting inspections done, meeting people at the property. All that falls on you. You still got a lot to do. It's not all about just finding that buyer. So it's only fair, really, that we get paid even if the buyer or the seller brings their own buyer, because you're going to be expected to get them through to the end. So that's exclusive right to sell. So let's look at this comparison. Exclusive agency versus exclusive right to sell. Exclusive agency and right to sell are both only one firm, right? It was only that first one we looked at that we don't do here, open listings that could be a list with multiple firms. So we're not even talking about that anymore because we don't do it. But agency means you're listing with one firm. Right to sell means you're listing with one firm. With exclusive agency listing agreement, the seller can still sell it on their own and not owe you, the firm, any commission. With an exclusive right to sell, the firm gets paid even if the seller provides and produces their own buyer. How do you remember it? I don't know. Whatever sticks in your head the best. I've been trying to think of a way, but I guess exclusive right sounds a little stronger. Like if you have the right to something, that's the best thing because it's your right. So maybe that's all you need, right? Right to get paid, yeah, regardless of who sells, that's good. Pick something, latch onto something, and that should hopefully you have the right to the money. I like that. The protection agreement. What are we talking about with the protection agreement? It's the thing we deal with when it's a for sale by owner situation. That's the reason you're going over to talk to that for sale by owner before your client is in the mix. You're saying, hey, FSBO, would you even pay me if I can bring a buyer for your property? Are you willing to pay a buyer agent fee? And they might say, I don't want to pay a commission. That's why I'm listing it myself. And you might have to explain to them, well, I understand that. I'm not asking you to pay a listing portion. I'm asking you to pay the buyer agent portion because I could help a lot. I could take some things off your plate. For one thing, if you only want to sell to an unrepresented buyer with no agent involved, where are you going to get the contracts? Where are you going to, it's helpful to have somebody who knows the ropes, who can help you navigate through that. I can make recommendations of inspectors and then help the line of communication. They might still not go for it. They might have been first one day on the market and be pretty arrogant about their success chances, and they might be right, but you at least need to give your buyer client a chance and say, hey, I've got a buyer. Here's the thing. I'm not going anywhere. If you choose to sell to my buyer, I will be involved because they are my client. Well, I don't care. I'm not paying you. They're going to have to pay you. That could be a very real response and not unfair. So you might say to them, okay, fine, good to know. So I can't get any commission from you. Then I'm just let my buyer know that they're going to have to shell out and pay my fee. What if it's a buyer, as we'll learn in the finance chapters, that's getting FHA financing? Well, guess what? They're probably picking that choice because they don't have much money to work with. And now you want them to now pay you a buyer agency fee on top of not having enough for down payment and closing costs. Now it gets tricky. That's why the structure, the way it is, works well. And that's why these folks with these lawsuits that are like, buyer should pay their agent, seller should pay their agent. What's going to happen is probably going to have a lot of unrepresented buyers if all that goes down. And that's going to result in buyers who are taken advantage of and not equipped. And I could just see it'd be a tough adjustment. But anyway, the North Carolina Protection Agreement is that agreement. You would have that for sale by owner sign that says, yes, I'll pay you a buyer agency fee. Let me show it to you. Let's see. Might have to do it from scratch here. There we go. go over to NC Realtors and pull that form up. And this is what you're going to take with you when you go talk to that for sale by owner. What else are you going to take with you when you talk to a for sale by owner? What sorts of things are you going to want to print out and take with you to talk to them about that we've already discussed? There you go. The working with agents disclosure. You got it. Here we are. There. Unrepresented seller disclosure and agreement, also called the protection agreement. It says the seller owns the property at such and such address. Seller's trying to sell it without an agent. The firm has a client that might be interested who wants to see the seller's property. If the seller sells the property to your client, then the seller agrees to pay the following: 3% buyer agent fee, 2%, whatever, $2,000 flat fee, negotiable. It's all negotiable. And since this is a version of an agency agreement, right? Because it's you, the agent, working with this seller, even though you're not being hired by the seller, but it's you interacting and working. Therefore, we need to tell that seller, look, I'm not going to engage in any of this fair housing nonsense. We're going to treat everybody fairly and equally. Everybody should have a fair shake at real estate. And you could say that in better ways. I usually just say, we don't care what anybody looks like, where they came from, what they believe in. Everybody should have an equal chance at real estate. And that's how I behave. That's how I do business. And that's what this says. And then the fee will be deemed earned if the seller gets into a contract to sell their property to my client or the firm's client within blank days. So it gives an expiration. This protection agreement is good for this many days. And then the firm is the agent representing the client. As the agent of the client, the firm has the duty to act on that buyer's behalf and will not be acting on the seller's behalf. Again, we're being redundant, making sure that seller understands you're going to like me eventually because I'm so darn likable. That's why I'm in this real estate business, but don't fall in love with me, kid. Don't trust me with any confidential info because I'm telling you now, I'm going to report it immediately to my buyer. This duty requires that all information regarding this transaction given to the firm by the seller be disclosed to the client. Doesn't get any more plain than that, does it? It's pretty right there. And I would even highlight these things, circle them, highlight them, point them out so we don't forget to point them out. And they even give an example. If the seller discloses to the firm that they are compelled by outside circumstances to sell by a certain date, or they would lower the price, the firm would be required, and again, when we see firm, that basically means you on behalf of the firm, to disclose this to their own client. So keep this in mind when you talk to me. Don't tell me your secrets if you don't want them revealed. Seller acknowledges this agency agreement has been previously discussed orally to seller when the firm first discussed an appointment to show the property to the client. Ideally, we have this talk with them without our client in front of us because we want to just go over these. What if they say, no, you're all a bunch of cheapskates and sleaze bags, and I don't want to deal with an agent. That's why I'm doing it myself. Okay. Report back to your client. They don't want me involved. Therefore, if you want to move forward, it would have to be without me. And by the way, we have an agreement. It would be awkward. And they're usually, here's the thing. It sounds like a painted in the corner situation. But if you typically, in my experience, if a seller for sale by owner seller is being that difficult, odds are they are overpriced also. And the question is, how hard is this transaction going to be? What else are they hiding? If they're being this bold and obstinate about the whole thing, it's probably going to lead to and be a clue that it's going to get worse. There's going to be more stuff. Either they're hiding stuff that they should disclose, or something's not quite right, or they're overpriced and they're not going to be willing to come down to a market value that's actually real and fair. That tends to be what I find with for sale by owners. is they don't have good advice about pricing because they don't have any advice about pricing. They just have an online price estimator website that we could all probably name. If I ask you to put in the chat, don't put in the chat. But it's usually wrong. Those online robot estimators that don't involve a human to make adjustments and allowances for the differences in updates and upgrades. So algorithms aren't great at figuring out real estate values. Don't sign this until you've reviewed and read the working with agents disclosure, but it gives us a reminder with this box. Oh, don't forget, this isn't the only paperwork you need to talk to the seller about. Tell them about the working with agents disclosure, help them understand and sign that they are an unrepresented seller. And yet again, don't tell me any secrets. So that's it. That's what that means by the protection agreement. And with that said, let's have a break closer to our proper time. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. way back together. We got about 30 seconds. Welcome back. So, when you see this thing called a protection agreement, think for sale by owner. That's a for sale by owner situation. You, the broker, need to have an agreement with that for sale by owner showing that they agree to pay you a buyer agency commission. Some other phrases that might be associated with that. Another way, what I do is I call them and say, hey, this is for sale by owner. I'm a local broker. I have a buyer who has some interest in your property. I'm just curious, would you pay a buyer agency fee? Or would you pay a commission if I brought you the buyer? It'd be a partial commission. It wouldn't be like the same that you'd pay if you were listing your property because you're your own agent. And I like to make some jokes out of it. And I'll just say, by the way, congratulations and welcome to the industry. We're colleagues now, you and me. In fact, you have more listings than most of my colleagues that have licenses because you have one. Good job. Congratulations. Let me see if there's something I can do to help us work something out. If you're willing to pay a buyer agency fee, then I can bring my buyer to come look at your property. And they might be willing to buy it. And then we can go from there. Sometimes all of that gets resolved about how much is your fee because you can point out to them, well, look, how about we just tack my fee on top of whatever the number is that you want to get? And then we're basically just rolling it into the price. And as long as it will still appraise for that number, we're going to be okay. Right? So really, sometimes it's just moving it around on paper. And as long as the valuation is supported on the appraisal by the price they want to end up with plus your fee on top of it, that could be as simple as it needs to be. Simple as it could be. So it protects your commission. It does not create an agency agreement, as we saw. Doesn't give you obligations to work for them. It's acknowledging that you're working against them, frankly. We talked about this the other day. And again, be careful. Don't ever call them a discount broker. A discount from what? A discount from a standard commission rate? Well, that's not allowed. So the concept is a limited service broker model. And so you could do that. You could say, hey, seller, you just want the MLS access that I can give you? Then pay me $1,000 for that. You want me to be available to help you negotiate once we get a contract or an offer in there, Kay? Great point, by the way. Here's where you could talk about that, right? Oh, okay. I'll do it for fill in the blank. If you want to just pay me 2% instead of 3 or 5, then that will include the MLS plus any sort of negotiating. You could just make it as easy or complex as you want. Easier is probably better. Might not try to make it super customizable. Let's don't get too crazy, but let's just say here are the options. This, A, B, or C. Something like that. Here's the thing about limited service. Yeah, there's the great point. Victor mentions this. If we're promising them that we're going to do this for a limited fee or limited amount, we're doing limited work for a limited amount, and we agree to do it for 1% of the sale price, how much are we charging them? How much are they going to be out of pocket? It's not 1%. That's just to us. We're also going to have to pay a buyer agent. So while we might be making 1%, we might have to have a talk with them that we need to also give 2.5% or 2 or 3 or whatever it looks like. If we look in all the MLS sheets for the neighborhood or similar houses, what are we seeing at the bottoms of all of them? And I've seen lately, I just did it for the one today, and I saw a lot of 2.5s. I saw 1 or 2 3s out of like 20, 25 listings out there. I saw a few that were 2, 2.25, but by far the average or the median was around that 2.5. But again, not a standard. It just seemed to be a trend. The question is there a commission amount that might result in us not getting showings? And while an agent would be acting improperly to show a property or not show one based on what they're earning, that's not okay. The commission doesn't like that. But humans are human. People have a nasty habit of being human. It's probably a possibility that we could lose a showing or two because an agent says, what? I'm making 1%. I'm not even going to tell them this is available. And they would be flat wrong to do that. But it's just a conversation to have with your seller. That's where this sort of conversation matters about where does the money come from? Does the buyer always get paid by the seller? No. What happens if they don't get enough paid by the seller? Well, that buyer who turns their nose up at 1% and won't even show the property needs better training on, the first and foremost obligation question I should ask is this the best house for my client? So how can I fit the money I need in this transaction? That's why it's important to be good and acknowledge up front, here's how the money could flow. I'm going to try my best to get it from the seller. But if they won't pay me, I'm going to need it from you because I want you to have access to all the possible properties that work for you. And it's just not fair to my other clients or myself to have 60 hours invested and end up making a third of what I typically need to make this a viable business, right? Questions? Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's going to depend on, like for me, I am my firm, and so I don't have that firm split to worry about. But if I worked for ABC Realty, the first question is, does the firm even let me offer limited service? And I could see a lot of firms saying, no, we don't do that here. We are full service only. Yes, you can discount a little bit, but we're never going to let you do fee for service, a la carte, pick from a menu because the numbers get too small. Or they could say, yeah, okay, do it, but we want a bare minimum side. Or they might say, whatever you bring in the door, we're going to take our cut from. So it depends on the firm. But yes, you do have to split that, right? So if you're charging 1% for your side, that's 1% that you and your firm have to split between you. And now this gets real and becomes maybe not so viable of an option. Maybe we don't want to do limited service. And that's probably why it's not a majority. It's not sort of a thing that's just all over the place. And it's probably, I would bet, the firms that offer limited service as an option are probably like me, where they don't have to split it with a typical company firm. And I bet a lot of policy and procedures manuals don't allow it or have severe limitations on how much you can reduce to. Because it's basically that. What's the bare lowest you can possibly reduce to and negotiate down on your commission? Everybody can race to the bottom. But that's just it got its own problems in and of itself. You can only do so much. Your time is worth something. So good point. Yeah, you do have to split that. This side's splitting it with their firm. So you got to split your reduced amount with your firm. Good point. So discount or limited service. Here's the next thing, very testable. Just because you're limiting your services to them doesn't mean your agency responsibilities are any less. Limited service doesn't limit your responsibilities. Here's the thing. If you're making $1,000 per listing, because that's what you charge to put it in the MLS, and you've got 10 people who want you to do that, then once all of them close, you're going to have $10,000. Let's just say that's what you end up with after you split with your firm. What if you sell one $400,000 house? And this kind of segues into the math we'll be doing in a little bit. So let me do that. Let's compare. We could have a limited service listing model where we charge $1,000 just to put it in the MLS, and that's it. versus, and that's, let's just say it's a $400,000 property versus a full service model. You're going to make 3%, let's say, or let's go down. Let's say 2.5% of that 400,000. That's a $10,000 total commission that you're sharing with your firm. Let's get personal. Let's say it's quite often I see splits with firms of like 80-20. Anything's possible. Let's say you're going to walk home with 80% of that. So your piece becomes $8,000. By the way, we're not done splitting it, because you're also going to have to pay income tax, and you're going to have to account for gas, and you're going to have to account for the marketing and whatever else you did. This is still a kind of a gross number, like gross versus net. But let's just leave it alone. Full service, $400,000, 80-20 split with your firm. Your take home is $8,000 before the other expenses. How many limited service do you need to sell to get that much money? 8 of them, right? So you need to list 8 properties at limited service, lower commission amounts to equal 1 full service. You with me? Does that mean you're going to be doing 8 times the work? Maybe not, but you are going to have to put 8 properties in the MLS. And that today, it took me about an hour. You are going to have to, since you're putting in the MLS, report the square feet. Do you want to measure it yourself times 8 properties? Even if you want to take on that liability, you may not have time. And so that means you're paying more money out. You're only making $1,000 each, but now you're going to have to pay $150, $200 for each one to measure. Are you going to take pictures with your iPhone? Maybe. For this limited service deal, that might be part of the deal that helps you save money. Or you might take professional photos and pay for that, and there's another couple $100, $100 to $200. What else? On top of all of this, just the marketing to get to the point of under contract. Now what do? You're under contract. What if with these limited service listings, quite often in the MLS it says all showings and offers to be presented directly to seller, not the agent. Don't bother the agent. This is a limited service listing. Just interact directly with the seller. Did anybody just get kind of a bad feeling in their gut? Wait, you want these buyer agents and buyers to interact directly with the client, the seller? Okay, sure. But does that mean that seller knows what they're doing? Does that mean there might be a problem along the way, in which case the seller is going to need to call you? Because guess what? You're limiting your service that you're providing, but that doesn't limit your responsibilities you owe to that seller. What do you owe to that seller? Regardless of how much you decide to take, you still owe every bit of old car. You see how it's a bit of a conundrum? It's a little complicated. It's more complicated than the simple, oh, let's just charge less for doing less. Kind of, but not really. It gets complicated. You better have something in place to account for all that stuff. So, might be that the seller is just paying you to put in the MLS. The agent doesn't handle showings or negotiating. The consumer is still going to need your advice. I had one. I was the buyer agent, and it was new construction. And it was a limited service listing, newly built, old school, this old school builder. And his son was a freshly licensed real estate agent. Well, maybe a year or 2 in, but the son was going to get out of the business. And so halfway through the transaction, the son left. And so it fell into the hands of the broker in charge, owner of the company, instead of the original listing agent. Again, the original listing agent was the son of the seller/builder. Seller was the builder himself. So here I am, a buyer agent, looking at this limited service MLS sheet, said, contact the seller directly for your offers. And so I did. And he's like, okay, what's your offer? So I had to negotiate with him. And one big benefit of using an agent is that you hopefully can buffer out the emotion. And it's two professionals talking professionally without a bunch of yelling, without a bunch of, I can't believe it, I'm offended. So that part kind of goes away sometimes when you're dealing directly with a buyer or seller. And it kind of went away when I was dealing directly with this man. He had been around a while. He'd been building a long time. He told me that because I told him, well, sir, you know, we're going to have the inspections sometime this week. We had gotten under contract and I was preparing him for the next steps. And he's like, what? Inspector? That's ridiculous. I had all kinds of city inspectors out here while it was being built. That's a waste of money. That's a scam. You agents always suggest inspectors and that's just a waste. And I'm like, well, whether you feel that way or not, that's the buyer's right, and that's what they want to do. So I'm going to need to have access to the property and blah, blah, blah. Well, I built a good house. It's just a waste if you ask me. I didn't ask you. I kept that part to myself. So I knew what I was dealing with. Oh, boy, here we go. And when that inspector came out and took a look and went up into the attic, by the way, I looked in the attic too, but I poked my head up there, saw a water heater, didn't bother to look around the water heater, which would have involved some sort of Cirque du Soleil movements that my body doesn't do. So I just looked around, and that's all I'm required to do. The inspector actually looked around the edge of it and saw that 60 to 70% of the attic had not ever been insulated. Wait a minute. You're a builder for 60 years. You build a good house. How'd you miss that one? Good thing we had an inspection. I did not say these things, but I thought them. But I very passive aggressively said, hey, sir, just letting you know we saw some results from the inspection and looks like most of the attic still needs to be insulated. What? Oh, gosh. After he confirmed that I wasn't lying to him because, you know, it'd be real smart for me to lie about something that's so easily provable. And he brushed it off. I mean, what's he going to say? But I didn't make any more of it, but I had to deal with it. And at one point he got so difficult that I called the listing agent himself. And I said, look, Kirk, because I know him, we're friendly acquaintances. I said, as you know, you've chosen to do this as a limited service listing, but you can't limit your responsibilities. And I'm going to need you to tag in real quick. I've been dealing with this guy on these couple issues. He's not getting the point. He's being real difficult. You need to remind him what his obligations are. I need you to make a presence and not let me do all the work for not much money, right? I'm having to do his work and he wants me to do his work, that listing agent, because he's making less on this one. He's not getting paid full service. He's letting me take my full service buyer agent commission and use my time to do some of his typical job description. You with me? That's what it's about. That's how this stuff can go down. What happens in a limited service, and this is a testable thing, what happens in a limited service listing situation when the seller needs some guidance? The buyer agent has to kick in sometimes and kind of help them and overextend and do more than they typically do. But really, the broker who is doing the limited service listing cannot limit their responsibilities. They have to still be obedient, loyal, disclose things, keep confidential information, provide accounting, and use reasonable skill and care. So it's more complicated than it looks. The MLS is cooperation, as we saw, started in the 60s. That's when the agents started cooperating. Now that's belonging to the MLS is agreeing to interact and cooperate with those other members of the MLS across all different firms. We're agreeing to cooperate and to compensate. Because we're members of the MLS, all of us that subscribe to any one given one, we're saying, here's how much I'm going to pay you if you show this listing. And you're also, as the buyer agent, saying, okay, good to know. And if I list one, I'll tell you how much I'm willing to pay you or how much my seller is willing to pay you. How much of the commission total that I'm willing to share with you. What happens if somebody that does not subscribe to your MLS has a buyer for your listing? I listed a house in a neighborhood called Skybrook in Charlotte, and I got a call from an agent way off in the mountains on the other side of Asheville, and he said, my client found your listing on the internet. we're going to drive 4 hours on Saturday if you let me, if you tell me that you'll pay me, but I don't want to drive 4 hours and if I'm not getting paid. He had to ask me to fill out a separate agreement acknowledging that I would pay him because he did not belong to my MLS. Since he didn't belong to my MLS, we didn't have a compensation agreement between each other because we weren't subscribed to the same MLS. I was in this one, and that's where my house was listed, my listing. If he had shown it or tried to show it, first of all, he wouldn't have had the lockbox required. So one thing he had to do was ask me to please let him in. And I didn't mind that. If I'm hired to sell somebody's house, I'm going to show it, whatever it takes to get the showing, even if I have to do a little more than I normally would, and we should. But he had to call me 2 reasons. Number one, would you pay me whatever you're paying a buyer agent on this one, even though I'm not in your MLS? And number 2, would you meet us there to let us in or work out some way that I can actually show it? You with me? He's not in my MLS. I got to make some special, or I could have said, no, I'm only going to work with my own MLS subscribers. I could have said no, but does that help my client? No. I'm going to try to get as many showings as I can, even an out of area, not my MLS system. And it could have been my BIC would have said no to all that. And we could have worked out other things. The seller could have been there, although that's not usually ideal, but could have put a different lockbox. It was a combination instead of the standard one that requires like an app on the phone. But the main thing I would have done, what would you have done first when you got presented with this ask from this person? Hey, let me in to see your listing, and would you pay me the fee? What's your first question in mind for yourself when you get presented with this? Yeah, definitely a good one. Let me talk to my BIC. What's another one? What do you think your BIC's going to do? If we're going to pay this guy, we better make sure he's payable. Let's make sure he even has a license. Because we don't know him. He's not in our MLS. We're going to have to look him up on the Real Estate Commission website and see if he even has a license that is active and current and therefore is payable. There's a big one. Before we let some stranger in this house, we don't know this person. Right. So yeah, got to keep in mind those things. What's the point of the MLS? Exposure. Aren't you thankful for this image? You're welcome. You can go to sleep with this image. It's lovely. The dress socks is what gets me. I like that part. It's all about getting that listing out there to as many people as possible, way more than any couple of buyers I might be working with at any one time. Exposure of all the available properties. Another reason is these things. Some of you who don't really see yourself working with other people to help them buy, you just kind of want to have more knowledge about how this stuff works and maybe do your own investing. But you might be willing to subscribe to the MLS because you're going to get access to things that have sold. You could find these out eventually in the tax records, but there's nothing like the MLS and the depth of criteria that you can search, right? It's faster, it's current, it's much more recent, and that's what else it's good for. Besides just listing it, it's that database of what has the market proven it was willing to pay for stuff and not pay, because we have a whole nother category called expired listings. What failed to sell. That teaches you some stuff too. So it's all these things. And that's what the sheet looks like. We looked at it before to see the bottom where the commission was handled. It's detailed property info. Oh, good question. Excuse me 1 second. Once upon a time, in the, let me think, probably early 2000s, we got this offer, and this little fledgling website company called Zillow said, hey, we're starting a website, and if you give us permission to put your listing info on our site, we will add all kinds of exposure for your sellers. And we said, where do I sign? We're helping our sellers, never knowing that one day they'd flip that back around and say, now we're going to charge you for leads that we generated using your listing info that you gave us permission for free to put on our website. It was genius, but here we are. Who would have thought? $1 billion company. So where does Zillow get the info? From the MLS. But here's the difference. whether it's Zillow, I'm not just going to pick on them, or Realtor.com, or any of the other websites that have listing info, they're all getting it as a feed from the MLS. It may not be the same level of detail. It also sometimes is not the most recent changes of status. So here's the other thing. When you go online, look at any of those other resources, even though it's coming from the MLS, have you ever noticed that a listing that shows up as active, you inquire about it only to find out it's not actually active? Has that ever happened to any of you? Here's the thing. Those websites are not there to give you, the consumer, the latest and greatest info. That's their big pitch. That's what gets you to go there. They are there to make you interested enough to give them your contact info to sell to me as a lead. That's what made them $1 billion company. Let's absorb that for a second. So therefore, is it in their best interest to report that it's gone under contract quickly? Or is it better for them and their bottom line to wait a few more days and let it still show up as a hook in the water active listing, because they're going to get more calls, more leads that they can make people like me pay them for? I don't buy those leads, by the way, but a lot of agents do. Some of those budgets are $5,000 a month for Zillow leads. Depends if you're a premier agent, however much territory you want to buy, and you get to compete with 5 or 6 other agents for that $5,000 a month. You just get to, and you just a race. It's a race to contact them ASAP, right? It's just the way the system is. If you want to be in the buy leads business, and it works for people that work it. But there's other ways. There's organic ways too that don't cost quite so much. And there's not always $5,000 a month. There's $1,000. And sometimes it's funny. My phone will ring. I'll get text messages and it'll be a Zillow person or one of those other sales reps. And they're saying, hey, your territory is available. The zip code you want is available. And I'm like, well, then why didn't someone else get it? Right? How good are the leads if it's available now? Why didn't somebody else snatch it up? And I've just managed to never do it. I've been tempted a time or two, but I've never done it. Not to say it's not worth doing, but the value of the leads is what counts. How good is it? Are they scrubbed? Is it really a viable potential buyer, potential seller? So the difference between MLS and MLS, Zillow or Realtor or any of those other sites is probably time and status, date. And the MLS has always more information. It all comes and stems from the MLS. We good on the slides? Okay, good. Who's responsible for what goes in that MLS data sheet? On whose shoulders does that accuracy fall? The responsibility of it being accurate. It's us. So when I took an hour today, I could have paid somebody, a virtual assistant, to do it for me, or I could have sat there during lunch while I was eating, and then I went through and I took some quick pictures because we're doing coming soon, and I made them pretty, brightened them up using Lightroom, Adobe Lightroom, and saved them and put in the listing. I'd measured it myself because it's just a little 1,500 foot single level house, nothing too fancy, and drew it out on the iPad. And looks like, here's the thing, it's kind of funny. Here's what it looked like when I came home. And then here's what it looked like when I kind of cleaned it up. And then there at the bottom, I did my math. And there it is, about 1482. And so I did all that and then put it in. And I could have hired somebody, but guess what? It wouldn't have been today. So there's the other plus about doing it yourself and being able to do it yourself. You can get it done a lot faster, the turnaround time. But I'm responsible for all that stuff. When I put in there who the HOA company is and how many square feet and what kind of heat and the paragraph at the bottom, all of that is on me. I could have hired people to do all that for me, but I would have needed to go behind them, make sure all that's accurate. And what I did do once I finished is I sent it to the client and I said, hey, give this a look. Let me know what you think. See if you catch anything that I might have made a mistake on so I can get it corrected. And if I could just get it corrected before it starts to be shown, before offers come in, it's probably going to be okay. But if I had a mistake, an error in there, and it turned into an offer and that became a contract, and then I found this mistake because I was wrong on square feet or something, more of a problem, right? Let's get it ironed out and figured out as soon as we can, because we are responsible for everything that goes on this thing. The listing firm and the licensee. Listing contracts. What does the paperwork look like that actually hires us from the seller? Well, first of all, we got to talk to that seller about this. We've already talked about that. Working with agents. Hey, seller, I don't work for you yet, but I hope by the time we're done to this meeting, I will. And odds are the buyer's going to be represented by their own person, maybe a buyer agent. And I would present to you, seller, that we can set it up so that we only work with buyer agents. We don't want to work with a buyer if they don't have their own buyer agent. And we're going to lean on them to make that happen by not paying them otherwise. I did that today. I tell the seller, look, we don't want to do that. It puts more liability on our shoulders. So we're only paying, in this case, 2.5% if the buyer is represented by a buyer agent. If it turns out that buyer's not willing to sign a buyer agency, therefore making their agent a sub-agent to seller, sorry, you can go away because we're not going to work with you. Only buyer agents are getting paid in this transaction with this house, this listing. And it's also the time to talk about the dual agency thing. And so I got to explain dual agency today and how dual means. And I didn't have to talk about, or I didn't have to offer them designated dual agency because I don't have another human in my firm to be a designated agent against. So that kept it simple. Looks like this, exclusive right to sell. Does that look familiar from an hour ago? That means what happens if the seller themselves brings the buyer? Am I still getting paid or no? You bet. If I'm using an exclusive right to sell listing agreement, I'm still getting paid, even if the seller brings their own buyer that they find by themselves. What has to be in the listing agreement? This is full of testable stuff, guys. This is a good test question or two that they could pull. And so think about, well, any other agency agreement that we've talked about. What has to be in all agency agreements? Remember, there's 4 things that have to be in all agency agreements. The names of the parties, the broker real estate license number, an expiration, and the fair housing language, right? So more specifically about a listing agreement, what has to be in a listing agreement? I'm going to see some similar things here. Names of the parties, the terms. What sorts of terms do you think might be in a listing agreement? If they're hiring you to sell their house, what do you want to put in there? What do you think they're going to want to have in there? Yeah, the type of agency. What else? Commission, you bet. That's a safe place to put commission. The listing type, the fees, okay? Let's get specific. What do they expect from you? What do they want you to do? Or what are you going to do to get the most money for their house in the reasonable amount of time? You can have some promises in there about some marketing things like what? By the way, you got to have their permission. One time I had a little first-time parent couple who were selling, and they called me after I got the listing up and I had taken pictures. And they said, one of the pictures has a picture of our newborn in it. And I'm like, I don't think I would consciously do that. But what they were talking about was the little 2-inch by 3-inch picture of the nursery on the far wall. Hanging on the wall was a picture of the baby. And so it was like 3 little pixelated flesh dots. And it's like, okay, fine. No problem. I used my master Photoshop skills at the time, which meant Microsoft Publisher. And I made a little gray smudge over that picture rather than go out there and retake the picture with the photo not on the wall. But that sort of thing, right? Staging, that's good. there might be staging can be expensive. And have you seen virtual staging? That's another option. You could actually, and because some of it looks ridiculous. If you don't do it right, the bed's floating in midair. It's when you put basically pictures of furniture superimposed over the pictures of the house interior. Show how it could be. So it couldn't be done right. And then it's like, oh, wait, that was fake. Sometimes they'll do the blank room and then they'll do the one with the fake furniture in it. And you can tell, oh, okay, it's virtually staged. But all that costs money. Maybe you would pay for the initial consult, a couple $100 with a stager because it's in such bad shape. And then they would need to pay for the actual staging tasks, getting them back in there to put the furniture, rent the furniture, if it's a big deal. If it's a big lake house, like 4,000 or 5,000 square feet with 6 empty rooms, maybe it'd be good to stage something like that, right? In a competitive market. A market like this, we can get away with leaving some of that out. But there it is. Signs, it's permission to put it in the MLS. It's a check the box to give me permission for internet marketing. A lockbox on the door, sign in the yard. Those are all the sorts of terms that we might run into. The legal description. Let's make sure we're selling the right property. And the listing price, different from the sales price we expect. There's another source of conversation. I've told you, Mr. and Ms. Seller, what I think it will probably sell for. Now let's talk about our listing strategy and therefore how much should we ask in order to hopefully get the most possible. 2 different prices, list price versus sale price, right? Brokerage fee, of course, protection clause. Now, we saw something called a protection agreement a little while ago. That's not the same thing as this. The word protection means still protecting you. With the protection agreement, that was dealing with a for sale by owner to protect your commission, that making sure they'd pay it. With this, what if you listed this property and the listing expires, and maybe just yesterday, before today when it expired, you showed it to a buyer that was really interested but just wasn't ready to make an offer yet. And then next week, that same buyer ends up buying it. How do you feel about that? Does that make your tummy hurt? And you might feel like, darn it, I should get paid a commission on that. They wouldn't have found that buyer if I had not had it listed. And just the bad luck of the timing, it expired the day after I showed it to that buyer. Shouldn't I be due the commission? That's what the protection clause says. Yes, you should. And so once the listing expires or you stop working with them, give them a list of people that you want to include as exceptions. Hey, if you end up selling to these folks within X days, fill in the blank, it's negotiable, then I'll still be due the commission because that buyer seemed pretty interested. It's only fair. They came while I was still listing it and trying to market it. And just because it expired shouldn't let you off the hook of paying me. Now, with that protection clause, and we'll look at it in real life in just a second, that protection clause has built in it an extra little safety net for them. It says, hey, seller, you got to pay this agent if they give you the names that they want protected within 90 days or fill in the blank days. But that's if you don't relist the property. If they go ahead and relist with another firm, now this protection clause goes away. Doesn't help you at all. Now you're out of luck. So that's just part of the provisions of the protection clause. And I'll show it to you in a minute. And then how are we going to share that commission with other firms? That's also in that listing agreement. So let's take a look at a couple of little highlights here. We've got the agreement there. Let me pull it up for you. There we go. Exclusive right to sell. Broker gets paid no matter who brings the buyer, even if the seller does. Here's a little important point to mention. Look at that. It's between the client's name and your firm, not your name. Your name's not on this front page. Your firm is, because it's the firm's possession. The listing agreement belongs to your firm. If we scroll to the back, that's where your name shows up because you sign on behalf of your firm. You still put the firm's name, you print it, but notice there's no place for anyone else within the firm except you to sign because you're the one who signs on behalf of your firm. You're a general agent on behalf of your firm. You're signing, you're putting your signature, your license number, and the date, and your contact info. Also, the firm license number. But the thing they test you on is that you got to have your individual broker license number on this thing. And then, of course, the seller's signatures. Let's go back to the beginning. Point out a couple things here. And we've looked at some of this. They mentioned that if somebody who passed away as the original owner, basically you need to get other people's signatures too. The spouses of the heirs probably also need to sign this thing. And what else? When does it expire? There's the expiration date. That's where we put that. This thing can't last forever. You got to put a termination on it. We already saw the legal description. A lot of blue and red boxes that really kind of make it foolproof. Talks about all kinds of warnings and, hey, you might want to also look at this other form. Hey, broker, don't forget this other form. Is it an FHA? Well, not on this, but on the contract. Is it an FHA buyer? Then use an FHA addendum. But right here, let's see. Parties should not assume something's going to be included unless it's included on the contract and initially here on the listing agreement. And same list of fixtures that we saw so long ago shows up on the contract as here in the listing agreement. And this is a good time to tell them about this stuff. Hey guys, what do you want to do with that storage building? Do I have to leave it? Well, it's considered a fixture, even though it's little tiny. Well, it just says storage building. What do you want to do? I want to take it with me. Okay, fine. Then we'll just go down here and say storage building that looks like such and such in the list of things that don't stay with the house. Items that do not convey. Convey means pass on with the house, that will be included with the house. So in that case, they want to take their little storage building with them. We'll write it up in the listing and make sure that it gets into the contract too. We want to write it here in the listing agreement so we can tell the whole world, hey guys, when you come look at this house, don't fall in love with that storage building because the seller's taking it with them. But you're not done. Just because you put it here in the listing agreement, you better make sure it also makes it into that eventual contract. That's going to be the important part too. And then personal property, washer, dryer, refrigerator is going to stay with the property. Normally that would go and not be included in the sale, but if it is going to be included, put it there. If there's a warranty, seller might agree to pay for it and include it, and now we can mark it with the warranty, tell people about it. List price, obviously we're going to put how much we're listing it for. Talk about that math later. And then what kind of financing, if any? We might not even want to do any financing. Seller might say, I want only cash buyers. Well, then just check that one box, cash only. Or if they want more potential buyers, open it up to other financing options. We've already seen the compensation a couple of times, so I won't belabor that. But here's the part about the protection clause. If the circumstances have not occurred above, you've not produced a ready, willing, and able buyer, it's not sold at any price and terms whatsoever, and within blank days after the expiration date, the seller either directly or indirectly sells, options, exchanges, transfers, agrees to sell, blah, 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 to anybody with whom the seller, the firm, or cooperating firms communicated, people that you had something to do with producing, during the term of this agreement, if we deliver their names within 15 days after it expires, then we should get the commission. Seller's not obligated to pay if a valid listing agreement is entered into them in another firm. So if they relist with another firm, you're out of it. You don't get protected. But that's what this is about. One time in the early days, I put like 30, 60 days in there and somebody challenged it. So now I put a big fat number. It's like 90 or 120 days. Nobody's ever questioned it ever again. So whatever. It's negotiable. And what else? They talk about the fee is due and payable at the earlier of when you get the proceeds from sale, or if the seller fails to sell and you've produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. This gives us permission to basically say, hey, seller, I know you didn't sell it, but I did my job. I produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. Pay me, please. Are they going to do it? Maybe, maybe not. Are you willing to make them do it? Try to sue them over it? Maybe, maybe not. Talk to your BIC. But this is the part that says we could, that says they agree. If there's any additional compensation from our firm that we get from another party, then the seller allows us to receive it in addition to the fee mentioned above. So a lot of built-in permissions from our client so that we can talk about these things up front. So we're charging 5% commission total. How are we going to split it with the buyer agent? Here's where we say so. If we're going to cooperate with the buyer agent, then let's put in that number, 2.5%, or maybe only 2, maybe 3, and we take 2, or maybe we split evenly. Or are we willing to pay an agent that's being represented, that's representing their client as a sub-agent to the seller? If so, fill in the blank. And there might be some other policy. We would tell the seller how the compensation's about, and we just outline that possibility too. What are the firm's duties? That whole thing is talking about, hey, we're not guaranteeing we're going to sell it. We're going to do our best efforts to find the buyer. We have to disclose things, and we can't give you advice on anything except real estate. Don't ask us for tax advice or engineering or surveying or inspection advice. We are officially just real estate advice givers. And I've got to provide this agreement to the MLS potentially, and here's our fair housing language. And what about this one? Buyer's letters. This is another classic case of warnings in this thing. Anybody heard of the term buyer love letter? Buyer love letter? What do I mean by a buyer love letter? Yeah. Super useful in a multiple offer situation potentially, but here's a problem. What do you think is the problem with buyer love letters? Letting a buyer write something to a seller along with their offer, telling them why they should pick them instead of the other 35. What are you going to write in that letter? What do you think they're going to write? Something warm and fuzzy. Oh, a family of 5. 5 adopted kids that we saved from a fire, an inferno in 9/11 as it went across the Titanic. They're going to make it as heart-wrenching as they can. But the potential for violating fair housing is enormous with a buyer love letter. And back in the day, I remember when it was a new thing, like in the early 90s, some hotshot out of California said, here's what I do. I write buyer love letters, and like a real estate guru, and I include a picture of the buyer and a letter that they write. And then eventually the powers that be and the real estate commission said, wait a minute, what? You realize if you give them a picture, you could indirectly be kind of encouraging them to pick you based on reasons other than financial. These people look like me. Let's pick them instead of the other 14 options. Fair housing violation. So the pictures are no pictures. In fact, obviously it has made a red box. It's risen to the level of red box worthy. And so oftentimes in the MLS, listing agents will say, don't even write the buyer love letter. I will not present it with the offer. We are required to present all offers. We're not required to present buyer love letters and therefore possibly violate fair housing. So let's read it a little bit. To entice a seller to choose their offer, some buyers will write a personal letter expressing why they want to buy it. Some of them can contain personal information, characteristics of the buyer, which could be used either knowingly or through unconscious bias as a basis for the seller's decision, and could violate state and federal fair housing. Possibly the seller's agent or the seller, either one or both. To avoid the potential liability for unlawful discrimination and this appearance of impropriety, Seller should discuss with firm how such letters that might be submitted will be handled. So it's a reminder to talk to that seller and say, hey, seller, let's just be safe. Because guess what? If you violate fair housing, I could be in trouble. If I violate fair housing, you could also be in trouble. We're kind of in the same boat. So let's just not accept them. That's probably what most people are doing. Let's see. When is it starting? Marketing is going to start on this date. Then some check boxes for permission. You're letting us do coming soon. You're letting us put a sign in the yard, do an open house, advertise it other places, not on the internet, advertise it on the internet. Just hitting the highlights here. Let me put a lockbox on. Seller will. Here's the part about, this part. Who has a camera in your living quarters, in your dwelling? Who uses a camera? Either a Ring doorbell or something in the house? Everybody. Well, what if you're trying to sell your house? Is it tempting to go dial up and just watch how that showing goes in real time? Sure. But you can watch, but you can't listen. You could watch them go through. The next question is, how are they going to know? We're not going there, but I'm just letting you know what it says here in the listing agreement. No audio surveillance is allowed. And then also, even though it's your house, don't put the video camera in the bathroom because they might want to use the bathroom. Let's be decent, right? So they cover those bases here too. Earnest money. How does that earnest money work? When does the earnest money possibly in a transaction, a sales transaction, when could that go back to the buyer? In what case could the earnest money be returned to the buyer? Remember that one? It's all about that due diligence deadline. If they back out while they're still within the due diligence period, they should get their earnest money back. But what happens if the earnest money does not get released? This is outlining how all that goes down. We'll talk more about it when we come back. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
The X-ray
Welcome back. We are almost done. About another 40. We're probably going to, let's see here. Yeah, we'll mostly be done with this by the time we get out of here tonight. We'll finish up Unit 7, 8, move on into 9. So get ready. Read ahead, 9 and 10 for next week. That is a big one. Those are big ones because those are contracts, right? Contracts and offers to purchase. So get ready for that stuff. How do brokerage fees work? Percentage for the most part. It could also be a flat fee. But if it's 100% commission, then we're getting paid a percentage of the gross sale price. And so when we talk about commissions like 5%, 6%, it's 5% of the sales price. So it looks like this. We have a sale price of $250,000. The broker agrees to a 6% commission. It's an even split between the firms. Even split. And the listing agent, let's be more specific, the broker, the human, the person whose face is on the sign in the yard, has an 80-20 split with their firm. How much will the listing agent get? Listing broker get? Got a lot of stuff going on here. We got the purchase price. We got the commission. We got some information that it's an even split. When you see the word even split, you could fill in the blank and say 50-50. Okay, good. I made enough room there. So let's start with the total commission. What's the total commission in dollars in this transaction? You can tell me in the chat. It's going to be the $250,000 price times the 6% commission. So we're dealing with a total commission dollar amount of $15,000. Does that mean that listing broker is getting $15,000? No. Everybody thinks so. So we have to explain, look, I've got a lot of fees coming off the top of that thing. What's the next step? If we started with a $250,000 price, make a little pyramid, the total commission is $15,000. Then if we keep on the tree here, we've got a buyer side or a selling side, and we've got a listing side or a seller's side, a listing side. How much are each of those companies, those firms getting as a total? Well, we told you in the problem, it's an even split. We're going to split that 15 evenly. So what's an even split? 15,000 divided by 2 means both sides are getting $7,500. Next step, the question was that the listing broker is a 80-20 split with their firm. So that firm total is going to get broken up into the human broker. and the firm is going to retain an amount. And when we say 80-20, we typically give the bigger one to the human. So that's an 80-20 split. So we need to figure out 80% of that number, the 7,500. In this case, $6,000. And how much is the firm getting? Whatever the difference of 7,500 and 6,000 is. Could do that lots of different ways. $1,500 though. So the test answer would be $6,000 is going to the listing broker, right? That's pretty straightforward. I doubt any of you had much trouble with that. What could get a little complicated that we're going to work on in a little bit, if we have time, is when they tell us up front in the problem that the listing broker got $6,000, and then they ask us, so therefore, how much was the price? And we're just going to have to do it all in reverse. So we'll see that in a minute. But for now, let's see what we have here. 5% of 100,000 is $5,000 to the firm, and then the firm's going to split with the human broker within it. It could also be a flat fee, especially in a limited service listing arrangement. What are you doing for them? You're putting it in the MLS. You might put it in the MLS for a flat $500, $1,000. You could also do this one, but this has a little bit of room for impropriety, maybe. It could cause a broker to act improperly. A net fee commission arrangement would be this. The seller tells you, I don't care what you sell it for. I just need to walk away with $100,000. Whatever you can get over and above that, you get to keep. Does that sound like a good deal? Where's our underwear guy? It depends on how much it's worth, right? If it's not going to sell for even 100, there's no room for you to make anything. If it's only worth 95, then you're doing this for free. But if it's worth 105,000, then if you agree to this, you're going to get $5,000 because that's how much is over the amount that they're saying they need. What if it's worth $200,000, but you implied to them that it's probably worth 110? Oops. Oh, sorry, I was wrong. You already signed the net fee arrangement. Therefore, I guess I'm making $95,000. Oopsie. My bad. That's where it could go wrong. Maybe not to that extreme, but if it caused a broker to underestimate, maybe on purpose, underreport what they think it'll sell for, just to talk the seller into this, only to find out that they're going to get a lot more than the seller is comfortable with them making, that's why it's not ideal. Firm gets to keep any amount over the seller's desired net. Seller wants at least 150,000. Agent sells it for 165. The agent's part is 15. That's pretty normal. That seems like within the normal bounds of a commission amount. If it's sold for 165, that'd be a 9% commission, I guess. That's pretty good, but probably a little more than they might be comfortable with. But what are the firm's duties? We saw as we were scrolling through that listing agreement, what is the seller responsible for, and also what's the firm responsible for? And we saw some check boxes. You'll let me put it in the MLS. You'll let me advertise on the internet. It's this stuff. How are we going to handle showings? How are we going to handle promotion and advertising? What are you expecting me to do? What am I promising I'll do? And we'll give advice to the seller along the way. Even, listen to this one, even if it's a limited service listing. Be ready to give advice. Even though you might not feel like you should because you got paid just enough to put it in the MLS and you're like, I'm kind of working for free at this point. You agreed to the limited service. You can't limit your responsibilities. You can limit your service, but not your responsibilities. Firm's duties are to help the seller negotiate the price, the terms, the repairs. That's the other thing, guys. What happens with negotiating? How many negotiations are there in a typical transaction? You're helping that seller figure out, it's a lot of stuff. Let's take a look. First of all, you got to have the conversation in the pre-listing appointment and the whole listing thing and figure out what it will probably sell for and therefore what it should be listed at. Then the offers to purchase come in, and we start getting offers, and you help them figure out a selling price, which one you want to pick, and you help them weed through all 11 of the offers and which one is the best one. Price is important, but also terms and timing. All of that matters, some more than others. Now we're under contract. Congratulations. Now the appraiser has to come out and make sure that it's worth what everybody agreed to. So the appraisal has to come in. That's another one where the price has to be kind of justified. And then along the same timeline, inspections are done. And so maybe that buyer has a list of repairs. And instead of making the repairs, you just decide the seller says, I don't want to mess with all that. How about I just drop the price or give the buyer some money toward their closing costs? Closing costs instead of or in lieu of repairs, that's a whole other negotiation. So you help them understand this stuff in the beginning. You help them negotiate when the offers came in. Now you're helping them negotiate the repairs. And then if the appraisal ends up coming in low, you might have to do an appeal and try to help justify the appraisal coming back in. And that's hard to do too, by the way. So there's a lot of stuff going on after you're under contract. You're not done just because you find the buyer. That's not even half of it. That's less than half of it. And we have to, of course, disclose all material facts. Disclose. Make sure this is in there. We've talked about this already. We've read through that language. Here's another one, the logo. That is the Equal Opportunity Housing logo. And here's the thing, testable thing, by the way. If you get in trouble with fair housing accusations of violations, if you don't have this logo on your marketing material, on your card, on your sign, if this is just absent, that might cause them, the authorities who are investigating you, to kind of look deeper and think, well, what else is he doing wrong? If he's not willing to tell the whole world he's following equal housing opportunities and include the logo, then that might be proof or might indicate that they did indeed do this thing wrong and they violated something. So include the logo. Your firm might require it. There might be a policy or procedure for it. I put it on my stuff. Have it in there so everybody knows that that's what you stand for. What are the seller's duties? We talked about the firm's duties. Now what is the seller saying? The seller is saying, I will make showings happen as reasonably as I can. Sometimes sellers are better at that than others. Sometimes they're pretty darn difficult, especially if it's a tenant who lives there. And the seller, frankly, doesn't have much control. You can't just kick tenants out, but they could give the tenant an incentive to help make it easy. The tenant doesn't have much incentive. They're going to have to find a new place. And so they might just try to get away with saying things like, oh, sorry, got to turn down that showing. We're sick for the 14th time. Maybe the seller should just pay the tenant to leave early or something, or give them a discount or give them their security deposit. That's an issue. Talk about the showings. Hey, seller, here's what we need to do. Nothing's more frustrating, guys. Putting in your time and your money, getting a listing already. You've done everything. You've front loaded and done all this work. And the first week of showings, the seller turns down like half of them. You're like, hello, we're in this together and I'm carrying more weight. Those could have been your buyer. Any one of those that you turned down because it was 3 minutes earlier than you wanted to get up at 10 a.m. on Saturday. Let's have a talk before all that happens. Let's make sure we at least see if we can get an indication that they're going to be difficult about that, right? Some of this stuff is preparing in advance, seeing who people really are made of, and it's annoying when people won't let things be shown after you put the work in to get the showings attempted. Keep it presentable. That's another big one. Oh, you want me to work for a discounted or a lower price than I normally charge. You want the maximum possible price, but underwear's on the floor and dishes are in the sink, and no other house that's the competition looks like that. They all look like model homes. This isn't going to work. We need to get to the bottom of this. I'd rather things be in a box in the garage than in the house. We need to weed through the things in the house. I'd rather the garage be floor to ceiling, wall to wall if we had to. Ideally, put it out somewhere else or get rid of it. Go ahead and get rid of it. But let's get the house presentable at least. Having these things on the table, expectations out there is very helpful. Provide the necessary documents. The seller needs to provide disclosures. If they don't provide the RPODs, residential property disclosure, what could happen if they don't yet have that filled in and back to you and offers start coming in? Remember what goes on with that residential property disclosure? I don't know if we looked at it together or not. On the front page, the little box halfway down the bottom, let me show it to you. It says, from the time that you get this, you can back out within 3 days. There it is. Yeah. In this box, it tells us the deal. If the owner does not give you this thing by the time you make your offer, you can, for the most part, cancel the contract and get everything back, including the due diligence fee, guys. That's one of the few, very, very few cases where they could get the due diligence fee back because of this. So either 3 days from when you do finally provide it to them, or 3 days from when it became a contract, whichever happens first. Very testable, very testable. So I'd look at that one. Let me put that in the chat there. Again, it's in the Google Drive, but I'll give it to you right here. There you go. Cooperate with agents. What are you going to pay me? And what are you going to let me pay the other side? That's for the seller to have a part of that discussion. It's not just for you. You don't say you're paying me $6 and so I get to dictate how much I share. No, the seller, can you imagine the misbehavior? What if it was just the seller's paying the listing agent $6 and then it's just up to the listing agent how much they're going to share? Could that affect the showings? What if that listing agent says, seems fair to me, I'll keep 5.5% and I'll pay 0.5% to buyer agents? Do you think they're going to get many showings? So that seller does have a say-so in how we split that total commission that they agreed to pay. Cooperate with agents, pay the commission. They have to do those things too. Those are all part of their duties. Some other provisions show up in that listing agreement. That fancy light fixture on the far left is a fixture. It's so crazy and pretty, I want to take it with me. Okay, well, then let's tell everybody that does not come with the house. It doesn't include, doesn't convey. Even a better solution than that, let's take it out of their temptation altogether, swap it out for something plain that you are willing to include with the house. So let's figure out the fixture situation. And then what are you doing with your personal property? Pool, equipment, washer, dryer, refrigerator. None of those are fixtures. What are we going to do with those? You leaving them or keeping them? Warranty. The guy today, it's a 1996 built house. And it's got original, I think, heating and air system. It's got a new water heater. But it's probably a good idea for him to let me market it as a seller providing home warranty situation. Right? It's all spelled out in that listing agreement. Is the seller willing to do so? What about earnest money? We saw the earnest money provision a minute ago. We left, I think we went to the break on that. So if we are within the due diligence period and the buyer chooses to walk away, who gets the earnest money? Buyer walks away while we're still within the due diligence period. According to the contract, as we'll see in the future, we haven't gotten there yet. So, yeah, the buyer should get that back. But what if the seller refuses to sign the release of earnest money? Then we brokers, we're not enforcers. We're not police. We're not attorneys. We have to do what the parties tell us to do and be obedient. In this case, even though it's against what says in the contract. So we can't just give it to or refuse to give it to the buyer or give it to the seller. We've got to just leave it in the trust account until the parties do have it in writing and agree between themselves, buyer and seller agree how they're going to do it. Give it all back to the buyer, seller keep some, seller get all of it. It's not for us to figure it out. It's for us to leave it alone until they figure it out. So what happens if we finally, or our BIC who is in charge of that trust account finally gets tired of seeing this money sitting in the trust account after this deal has died? They can turn it over to the clerk of court, right? So all of that is what's spelled out in that earnest money paragraph in the listing agreement. Talks about dual agency, talks about material facts. Pre-inspections, there's a part in that listing agreement that says, hey, seller, you might want to go ahead and have your own inspection. Let's see if I can find it. Pre-inspection. It's going to be under that. Nope. What's a pre-inspection? Pre-listing inspection. That might be the best. What do I mean by that? Any guesses? It's right there. Seller is advised to obtain a home inspection. That means you get it, seller. You buy it yourself. Don't wait for the buyer's inspector. You get your own. I have recommendations. For the purpose of evaluating the property in order to enhance its marketability and reduce concerns of prospective buyers. When's the best time to fix something? When you have full control with nobody's input. Anybody have a family member that always has an opinion? And you're like, I don't want them to help me with this yard work because I don't want to listen to their opinion on how we should do it. I just want to do it the way I want to do it. Or the project or whatever, right? So the best time to fix something is before the buyer even knows to look at it. Because then the buyer's going to want the Lexus version of the repair, and we just want to do the Toyota version of the repair. To get on my wife's nerves, she has a Hyundai Santa Fe. I call it a Hyundai. So we want to do the Hyundai version of the repairs, and the buyer wants the Lexus version. But if we don't have a buyer who's paying attention, who's even brought themselves forward yet, we're still not even on the market yet. The seller has that luxury to do a valid and proper repair, but just not this one. This one's okay, right? So that's really why. And so therefore, does the seller agree or does not agree to get that and pay for it within blank days of this listing? The downside of having a pre-listing inspection is now the seller knows, and now we, the agent, know material facts. Even if the seller finds out the material facts from that inspection, doesn't matter. They can still check no representation. But if they let us see it, we're going to know more material facts about things. So you got to weigh it out, work it out. Square feet. Is square footage a material fact that the Real Estate Commission requires? Does the Real Estate Commission require that we report square feet? And they do not. They don't care. They probably wouldn't want me to say it that way. They care that it's accurately reported if you do choose to report it, or if you are required to report it. You got it. And we are required to report it if we put it in the MLS. We have to be competent. We have to report the heated living area and be separate and differentiate it from other non-heated area and non-finished. What would be non-finished or unfinished square footage? What does that mean to be unfinished? What sorts of things are yet to be done? It could be a finished garage. It could be a finished basement. Finished means, yeah, like sheetrock and insulation, plumbing, electrical, as opposed to just open studs, right? No sheetrock, no drywall. The heated and finished. It's two parts, right? It's heated and finished. So if they've got an unfinished attic, walk-up attic, still it's capable to be finished, but it's just not. Then we would need to count those extra 500 square feet separately from the main HLA, main heated living area. And then when we're measuring, this red thing is the red square box of a house, right? So we literally, like I did today, take the tape measure and measure the outside perimeter of the house. So all of the interior wall space that you never see, that has the insulation and the plumbing in it, that's included when it's an 1,800 foot house. Some of that 1,800 feet is nothing you'll ever see. There's nothing you can walk on, because they the rules let us pull the tape around the exterior perimeter as opposed to the interior wall space like a condo, right? How do we know what these rules are? Here it is in your Google Drive, but see if I can put it up here real quick. There it is. In the chat, there's your yellow book PDF, just like this. And it's got the guidelines. The guidelines for you and for this test are, let me see. We're going to cover them in later, but I'll give you a couple little hints. Number 1, ceiling height of at least 7 feet. Number 2, the under the stair portion counts. Right? So if you pull tape around the outside of a 2-story house, you basically pretend there are no stairs, and you count the entire length times width for upstairs and the entire length. You don't have to subtract any just because you'd have to crawl on hands and knees to get under the stairs. All of that counts as HLA. That rule changed a few years ago, so that's the new one. But if it's one of those 2-story foyers, like Gone with the Wind, look at them from the balcony to see who just came in the front door, all that open space would have to be deducted from the upstairs level. We'll look in this book together and I'll point that out at some point. The angled ceiling thing, when it's a angled bonus room ceiling like this, that's actually symmetrical, how much of that floor space width gets counted? How much can we count? Do we get to measure the entire all the way? And so if this was a human adult, you'd have to get on hands and knees to get all the way down here. And so are you going to put carpet all the way to this corner? Maybe you do, but even if you do, you don't get to count that entire 25, let's make it easy for my math, 20 feet. You'd have to find this spot and this spot that is 5 feet from the floor, and then only count this portion, which would be what, 20 minus 10? So that'd be this 10 feet. That's the width you could count for that room. It's got to be that 5 foot ceiling height mark from there over to this 5 foot ceiling height mark, and whatever the length of the room is. Can you tell this is supposed to be a cross section? Terrible, terrible drawing. So if we take that and then we flip it and we look at it like this, it might look like dotted line. Let me line it up with this one. Here's our 5 foot thing. So dotted line, dotted line. And then here's the perimeter of the room. And so we know that this part is 10 feet because we took off 5 over here and 5 over here. It just so happened to be the same as the height of the ceiling. I don't mean to throw you off. And then let's say this dimension is 30. So 30 times 10, this is a 300 foot room, not a 600 foot room, because we don't get to count this entire length of 20. Right. Besides that, the ceiling height in general has got to be 7 to be considered a heated living area. What else? That's, I think, about it. We'll come back around. Pricing. Oh boy. How do we figure out the list price? Well, the seller has that say so. We are the navigators and the providers of information, but it's ultimately the seller's decision. But if they're crazy about some ridiculous list price, a few years ago, I looked at this fixer-upper. It was a huge house. It used to be an amazing party kind of house with this. You walked in the front door, you could see straight to the back. It was like 20-foot ceilings all the way down. On the left was the family room, and the kitchen on the right looked like almost a hotel, like a little half wall, and there was 3 bedrooms lined up. And I can imagine it was great once upon a time. And it had a pool that was still covered, an in-ground pool. So I didn't get to see that. But the seller wanted to ask $500,000. And from my math 20 years ago at the time, I could only support $400,000. So I had to make a business decision based on my conversation with them and their kind of determined to get the 500 attitude. I just decided, you know what? I'm not the agent for you. 3 years later, I was doing market analysis on another similar price range property. Totally forgot about this one. And it showed up as a recently sold listing. It became a comp, but it was 3 years later. How much do you think it eventually sold for? I told him 4. They wanted 5. 3 years later, it sold for what? Close. $375. Here's the thing. If you overprice, you probably end up getting less than you could have if you'd have priced it right. So I would like to think that my 400 was exactly perfect. If they had priced it closer to that, they'd have probably gotten that. They cost themselves some money. Plus, I didn't spend who knows how much time that poor agent had to spend. And if that was even the only agent, they might have listed with somebody and then fired them and tried 3 or 4 before they finally. I was glad to be not part of any of it. Right? So, seller determines list price, but you can determine not to work with them and say, no, I'm sorry, that's too much. I'm not comfortable supporting that or marketing that. In a market like this, it's probably not going to happen. We're probably just going to take it and say, let's give it our best shot. However, with that said, don't forget about this little jewel. Overpricing a listing. Where am I going with this? Anybody can predict it before I can find it? What happens if you intentionally take an overpriced listing just to get the listing, knowing that it's not going to sell for that? Who would care about such a thing? If we go over to our comments section, look under willful misrepresentation. I think it's the 3rd example. An agent who knows that the approximate market value is $225, but tells the owner $250 in order to win the listing, because that's the only way they'll list it with them, is guilty of willful misrepresentation. Now, in a market like this, I don't see this differential really being a big deal. So it's going to depend on some things. But again, it comes back to the fact that the agent knew it was worth $225. All indicators pointed to that, but they intentionally overtook it too much, right? If they're showing a range and some things are selling $220, $230, $250, $270, and it's like not super definitive, then that's another thing. But if it's obvious the most that anything has ever sold for in that neighborhood is $225, and you still take it at $250, you're probably going to get dinged for this. If somebody complains, you'll probably get this bad end of that situation. That's the point I think they're making. So we guide them. We might look at some stats and say, well, if these last 10 things that have sold in here sold for 98% of their list price, and we might use that sort of statistic to help us figure out, if we think it's going to sell for $250, how much should we list it for based on those stats? It's a variety of things. Might also be how many houses are for sale at $250 versus $240. And if there's fewer for sale in the $240s than the $250s, maybe we go down to the $240s because we'll have less competition. And there's also something to be said for the search, how search happens. When you go on Zillow or Realtor, do you plug in a number like $249, $995? Nobody does that. Everybody uses multiples, even splits. So if you price, I like to tell people this, if you were to price at $249.99, $1 could have made the difference in double the eyeballs that are seeing your house. Why? Because if somebody searches up to 250, they're going to include you and see you. You'll fall into that. But if they start at 250, you're out. And they might have considered you, but they didn't even see you because their search started $1 away from your price. By pricing at the more typical break like a 250, you're going to get caught by those who stop at 250 and start there. Potentially double the potential buyers. It's a conversation, right? If you're doing that, you did the 250 and it's been like 3 weeks and no activity, you need to do something. Don't leave it at 250 because Neil said so. Let's go ahead and start reducing. But here's the other thing. If we start reducing, $500 ain't going to work. $1,000 probably isn't going to help and make any difference. We better reduce by 5s and 10s. If we've been trying 250 and it didn't work, we probably need to go to 245 or 240 because we're going to start seeing another group of people that stopped at 245 or 240, right? So that whole thing, see how it can get kind of scientific and depends on a lot of things. How do we end a listing? The best way. Full performance. Congratulations, we got it sold. Success, we got paid. Expiration, boo. Oh boy, we tried. We had an amount of time. It came and went. Didn't work. We could still get paid though, again, because we could give them a list of these were the 3 people that ended up showing the most interest. And if they end up buying it and you don't relist your house sometime in the next 90 days or 180 days or whatever you put in the blank, then I could still be due the commission. You could both just agree. Once upon a time, I had a client wanted to buy like a family compound type of acreage, like 20 plus acres. They're about my age and they had a grown son around the 25 and he and his new wife, and they wanted to build and the parents wanted to have something and they had a little baby, new grandchild. So we found one, but it was like this. Here's what happens sometimes. The domino effect. Here's me listing their house. I was a listing agent for their little house here so that they could buy this next one. This is the one they wanted to buy. Well, we found a buyer, but that buyer had to sell this house in order to buy my people's house. And that buyer had a buyer for their house. And so if this guy screwed up, and nope, and nope. And guess what? This guy backed out. First guy in the list backed out. So that meant this house didn't get bought, which meant those buyers couldn't afford to buy my people's house, which meant my people couldn't buy the one. And that was 2 deals I was getting. Thankfully, my broker at the time was cool and he let me let them out of the agreement. And I told him, no big deal. I was very encouraging and just said, you know what? If it's not right, it's not right. I told him, though, we could probably get it back on the market and find a replacement buyer pretty soon because this was only like 10 years ago and it was still really starting to warm up, amp up. But they didn't want to. They were burned out, and I didn't make a big deal of it. I just was gracious. A year later, I had changed to my own firm. Maybe it was only 5 years ago. Changed to my own firm. So I had 100% split instead of whatever I had at the last place. So that helped. And they did call me back because I wasn't such a jerk. I could have pitched a fit. And it was a bigger house, so it was kind of cool. But it could have gone the opposite way too. Point is, we mutually agreed to let them out of the listing. And that's a possibility, and there's reasons for doing that. But one of us could have breached. They could have declared bankruptcy. The property could have blown up. Anybody, did I show you that picture of the Ballantyne house that blew up? And it was just sticks. Yeah. So that sort of thing, if they had been on the market listed property, then that would have killed the listing agreement, right? And then death of either party, meaning the seller, but I should probably change that wording. That's deceiving. Death of the seller would end the listing, but not death of the listing broker. Because if the listing broker dies, what's going to happen? Firm's just going to say, sorry, seller, got some bad news. Your listing broker passed away. but we're going to take care of you. Got another broker in-house here we're going to connect you with. Seller might say, well, I don't want that person. I like the one who died, and if I can't have them, I don't want your company. And the firm was going to have to make a decision. They can be cool about it and say, well, okay, let's just have a mutual agreement and I'll let you out. Or they could say, pay me. They might say, in order for us to let you out of the final 4 months of your listing term with us, you could give us $3,000. I've heard of that happening before with a luxury brand, guys. A luxury listing firm. I won't say who, but it's like, really? Is that really going to work? It's my friend, and she worked for this firm, and she had 10 listings, and all 10 of them picked her. They didn't care about the firm. They cared that she was at the firm, and so she chose to leave the firm because they had a shakeup in management, and she didn't like the new manager. She had to wait for the new BIC to tell all of her sellers she's leaving. She left, and they all said, well, we want to go with her. And that manager from another state, the corporate basically flew this new manager in and blah, blah, blah. All the nightmare corporate stuff you could imagine was going on here. She said, we'll let you out, but only at a cost. You still have 3 months left in the listing term, so you got to pay to get out. Then we'll let you go over to wherever she went and let you out of this bilateral listing agreement, right? Probably not a good way for them to ever use that firm ever again. Similar to listing agreements, agency agreements, offers, contracts. So a lot of the end day kind of ways are going to be similar with these other things. Residential Property Disclosure Act. We've talked about the residential property disclosure. It looks like this. We call it the RPOADS, RPOADS. We, as the broker, cannot put pen to paper on this disclosure. The client has to do that by themselves. Not really by themselves. We can be over their shoulder and say, here's what this means, here's what that means. It's the same form. And so look at this thing. And it's ridiculous. They need to just make it 8 pages and legible instead of 4 pages and tiny, but that's Grandpa here talking about it. So they don't know what this stuff means sometimes. They don't know what some of these types of walls are or types of plumbing, and we just have to help them understand it. But we can't just say, just give it to me and start checking things. We've got to be consultants to them while they fill it out themselves. We're only allowed to advise and assist, not fill it out for them. We have to discover and disclose. The seller can choose not to disclose. Some of this stuff is review because we hit it in the first couple of weeks for this very purpose. Again, by the time we hit 21 in the syllabus, they will all be review. We got those 3 choices. We've seen that before too. They can check no representation. Seller has to give disclosures to the buyer before the offer is made, and if they don't, the buyer has 3 days to back out. 3 major ones. Lead-based paint only if the property is built before 78. MOG, mineral oil and gas rights disclosure, says, hey seller, have you ever sold the rights to some company to drill down under your underground and pull out the oil, mineral, or gas? And also, do you know if the person you bought it from sold those rights? How are they going to know that? They may not. So we've got something for that. See if I've got it here. I'll just show you this one. It's a material fact and open to everybody. So here's a real one from the real world. Mineral oil and gas disclosure. And right here, the seller accidentally started initialing, but those initials are just for the buyer. Mineral rights were severed by the previous owner. Most of the time, a seller's not willing to check no because they don't know for sure. These sellers bought it new, had it built, so they felt confident. But if it's a resale that they bought it from, they might be checking no representation because they're not sure. But what they do have to answer is yes or no. Have you done that? Severed the mineral rights, sold them to somebody else, or do you plan to? And the same thing for the oil and gas rights. It's just 1 page. And that's required for everything, even land sales. This one is exempt from land sales. And there's a whole list of exemptions. And if you were to cut and paste this general statute, like I'm about to do, go over here to the web. There we go. Okay, good. Boom. And there they are. Following transfers are exempt from the RPODs. Now, you don't need to get all in the weeds about this, but know this. New construction's one of them. Foreclosures is another one. But then there's some more. I'd say read it just for fun, but also there's the foreclosure one. If it's a fiduciary in the course of a decedent's estate, not required. If it's one or more co-owners selling out to another co-owner, RPOD's not required. Spouse in the lineal or people in lineal line of consanguinity. That just means blood relatives. Spouses from divorce. Failure to pay taxes, therefore you're losing your property. You don't have to provide the RPODs if you are losing your property from a tax or federal, state, local tax situation. So it's that, but most part testable for you guys in new construction or foreclosure. There we go. Let's see. We'll come back to this next week. Don't leave yet, but let me recap some things. Homework. We're going to finish out 8. We've got about 25 more slides. We're going to get on straight into 9 and 10. It's probably okay for you at this point to take your quarter term exam, right? Go ahead and take that. Just take your time. Think of it more like you're testing yourself on how to take a test than the actual content, or as much at least. And just intentionally read through, take your time, read the question, go to the last part of it, see what they're asking, then read through the whole thing. See if you can identify which parts you could ignore. They might give you more than you need to know. Get good at figuring that part out. And then read every answer choice, because some answers might be okay, but then there might be a clear, better favorite. So what you're always looking for is the best answer out of the choices. So use those tips and then think about, this is a study session. When you're taking that test, it's not like I do it. I do it just sort of almost as a sport and try to get through it as fast as I can, which is not at all what you need to do. Go through it like you're studying it and do that. Look at the ones that you know are wrong and just take a second and think, why is it wrong? What could make it the right answer? And get more mileage out of your test, your practice tests, right? So I'd say do that. Take the quarter term, get ready for 9, and we're going to jump into that next week when I see you again. Have a great weekend.